on the drafts. There was no lights on the board yet. They were like, definitely not in the we're sweating it, guys. Not in the draft. And then they were left to pick up the 7-7. Yes, but I think that was just the nature of the lanes, right? That Fnatic had to be aggressive and fighting, and they couldn't just go even, right? They couldn't go 7-7. They needed to go 10-4 or something. They needed to snowball to really kill us. But if they didn't have that lot of game, still pick BP probably good. Really? Execration actually had some really good fighting power.
We're not talking about Execration.
Oh, then Newbie MP? I mean, I have no idea. We didn't watch that one.
I took it, that was completely overwhelming.
No game. I mean, I watched MP take a Roshan while we were on the desk.
Oh, really?
I was watching it on Kevin's screen. I watched MP take a Roshan, so apparently they had a little bit of control at one point in time.
That's like the go-to strategy when they're down and out. Smoke and strokes.
Don't worry, guys. It's still really hard now.
I got this going. It's fine. I mean, how do you? You can't assess too much. Obviously, these two best of one cap. But Virtus Pro, I thought they showed something slightly different in that first game. Showed some more composure, maybe not quite rushing in and firefighting with enjoy, and that's the right kind of counter for the heroes that they pick.
Yeah, but I don't want to overstate we focus on the fact that Virtus Pro is a really strong 5-manning aggressive team, but I don't think we should oversell and be like, oh, they're MVP style.
Yeah,
they're not going to go that way, right? I think Virtus Pro is they're one of those teams that is fine with sometimes losing out the laning phase and they'll come back. I think they're strongest in the 15 to 25 minute mark. I think that's where VP is really their strongest. So they're not a team that is necessarily always going to dominate in the first 15 minutes and close out game by 20. They're not always going to do that. They obviously do know enough, and I think that really comes down to Solo's captaining. They do manage to show, as you said, kind of that composure. They know when to play it a little bit safer. They know when to play it a little bit more defensively at times.
And they aren't one-dimensional playing.
No.
There's no one-sided plan. I think that could have been leveled at MVP in the past, particularly the way that you kind of knew what you were going to get, you knew how they're going to run it.
Yeah.
VP are different in that respect. They have got a lot more resilience.
It's the most well-rounded, well-thought-out lineup that we've ever seen. They were pretty good in the end of 2015 and slight beginning of 2016. And then, they played all-out aggression like that. And most teams figured out how to play it. Shellfish being one of them. Dazzle. Not understand what Shellfish. I often get slaughtered for saying Shellfish.
I think part of that is that both Nolan and Ramses are comfortable going late game as cores. I think they are both pretty good at farming and they're both very strong in the late game, excluding
Ben, what do you make of them so far?
I think going and Ramses was pretty good at farming the late game. I think Washington is good too. He doesn't really die at all. He gets to the late game by not dying. It's always a very big risk, right? Like a calming thing. They come to mainly, but that was a good game. But yeah, I think they have some elements of MVP, but they're definitely a ball that they don't change and just don't throw it so we can.
So if you're newbie, what do you think? Spamming out a juggernaut is just that either ball by push, because it just allows them to do whatever they want once they get that.
I think they have to pressure him a lot. The first game they just let him bring one, and they also let Solo just consistently imply also better. They kind of went off with it, though, they had the Smarter just way too far behind because they weren't able to do this. And you have to put pressure on him.
Yeah, we'll talk about how pushing down towers and taking the map and the objectives is and fighting 5-on-5 is all that matters right now. And Juggernaut being one obviously does a lot of that, and the fact that it's more or less immortal. I think removing Luna, Juggernaut from BP in space, I think it's more of a place out there. I think if you can prevent them getting to that one, I think 5-on-5 maybe isn't so much, but they also need a lot of team fights. I think you can let them push, but you should be fighting in a minute, right? Your tower. But we didn't see any big team fight coming out from when the people that want time to right? You'd be much more. And it's entirely possible that Newbie pick up the Juggernaut for themselves as well. So if they do leave it on the pool, they can also grab it. I think it's just such a strong 1-2 pickup because the versatility that offers when mid or safe lane. I do agree with you though. I think that Newbie need to put pressure onto VP
And that's what VP, excuse me, newbie is known for. With KP, they always like to be able to highlight KP's early game. So KP is oftentimes, maybe he's stuck in like a bad off lane, can't really do much. They'll always rotate to be able to help him out. Even if they don't start there, they'll always rotate relatively early, and they'll try and make it so that KP is able to get, because oftentimes the whole entire tempo of newbies lineups are based around KP and a certain item. Most of the time it's going to be Blink Dagger, right, for Slardar and those kind of heroes. So they usually want to be able to, they'll stack their safe lane a little bit more, and they'll highlight their off laner a bit more, and that will naturally put pressure on VP's safe lane.
Yeah, pressure on that. It's kind of a match. You would imagine that actually is going to play well for them.
Yeah, I think so. Just because of the fact we talked about how you're able to go to the off lane a little bit more. We've theorized that off lane is a little bit safer. Heroes or the way they play comes with those. Yeah, defensively, I don't think it's going to be any different, especially.
I wouldn't say that. I think VP throws in curveballs every now and then. Bloodseeker, Sniper.
Yeah, I think it's going to be correct.
That's a very important game. It's half the major. They're down and out. It's a 1-1 game, right? So
Most of the time, when I think of it, it's like I see a lot of Life Stealer and like Batrider.
yeah.
I think it's. I suppose you do the experiment. Bloodseeker, how do you feel about him? You played him?
Yeah. Great on the level. I think he's really good.
Yeah, I would actually agree with that. Just because he's also very strong versus all the heroes that are popular right now. I think he's quite strong versus Genting, Slardar. You have some Timbersaw pickups that he counters really well as well. I think Bloodseeker is actually one of the best counters versus Timber for a multitude of reasons. So I think he fits. It's just oftentimes a question of what position you want him in and how you're going to be able to make your lanes work, because the Bloodseeker, he's naturally strong in lane, but you also need to be able to ensure that he doesn't get pressured, because he's oftentimes a hero that is so glass cannons now that you need to make sure that he survives for the first 15 minutes and starts that snowball.
What about in and out of the game, like an output launcher? That's how you're gonna play this.
Yes.
No one does it to perfection. Well, one
Aside from
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Ben.
I mean, Jacob he only had like one expertise in our last series when we were talking about Yamate, so now his next expertise has got to be Bloodseeker. So
Caps is losing.
I mean, it's just one a game. It's probably okay for a man who plays League of Legends now, so it's probably okay.
losing.
Looking at me, that's like the oldest thing in the book. I'm probably the most anti-League of
Oldest thing in the book.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Is that how low we're going again? Let's get back on track with this. Is there a favourite? Is there a clear favourite? Maybe very strong.
Not really. I think he might very.
Yeah, maybe like it's a 53-47, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think it's very clear. I think it's easily one of the strongest, will be one of the strongest teams no matter what patch. They've shown a lot of versatility. I really like their playstyle. I think they're also one of the teams that will benefit from a little bit more 5-man heavy. We already saw errors of that in previous match, how 5-man was very important, and UV, that was probably one of the better strengths.
What I'm super excited to watch this game is no one matching up against SCC.
Yeah.
I think that matchup has the potential to be the most explosive thing we've ever seen. It's two very, very good players with heroes that are now very, very good, like Queen of Pain, Shadow Fiend. We haven't seen an Ember Spirit yet. I'm still questioning why.
Just because there's so many good mids.
Yeah, maybe that is one. But and we get to see it in best of 3. So even if one of them gets stormed entirely in one game, there'll be hopefully a payback matchup.
I just want to point out the graphic you just popped up on the screen, guys, sorry, but the community disagree with us vastly.
So they go to
They have Virtus Pro 76-20.
That might be because there's not a lot of Chinese fans voting on it.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of late for Europeans right now as well. So.
I mean, the Russians will watch Dota whenever Dota is.
That's true. Yeah, no, you're right.
There was a lot of hype. There was a lot more hype about VP going into the Boston major than there was newbie. You expected, okay, they're probably going to place, kind of expect top 4, most likely top 8. But VP, people were looking at them like, oh, they can actually win this whole entire thing. You can see VP actually being like the most dominant team. CISC being the most dominant team very long time coming. Yeah, so I think there's just in general people are a lot more excited about VP and probably still holding on to that excitement even after Boston. And I think most of the analysts agree. I don't think any of us looked at VP's performance in Boston and went, oh yeah, there's like falling off there, one-hit wonder. I think we all still expect them to be a pretty good powerhouse.
Yeah, they got beaten by a better team on the day.
Yeah.
Wasn't much more than that, was it? Other than maybe a strange pick against me.
Yeah, I mean, it was.
It worked out really well.
Actually, I think it's cool.
I think it was
Well,
Yeah, whatever.
it doesn't matter. I don't even think they were necessarily the better team. It was just so close that, you know,
Could have been anyway.
yeah, minor things decided this fight specific gets was big.
In terms of Newbie, how are Newbie going to win this game, Ben? What are they going to come up with that cracks Virtus Pros? You know, what we've called already, they're very set, they're very calm, they play very relaxed, and they've just waited for the game to come to them and done the things normally that they needed to do, and they've done it properly. So how did Newbie crack that?
I think first step is to draft appropriately. I never look at newbies draft and be like, wow, that was a weak draft. For newbie, I'm like, okay, I know they like this hero, but it's not the best in the situation. I think they picked Naga a lot back in the previous matches just because it was so comfortable for them. They picked Sankey when like Sankey kind of fell off because they played it so often. But I like how they picked up Centaur from last game. I think it's a very good sign for them that they're actually adapting themselves to the best pick or to patch and not for them.
Yeah, Virtus Pro almost have got the extra mile cap in that not only are they picking appropriate heroes, they're picking it based on the draft itself rather than just what they're comfortable with.
Yeah, I think one of the things that stood out for this newbie draft for me is against MP is that that's very creative. They have Life Sailor, Centaur, Queen of Pain, and Shadow Demon Piranha. Like all 5 of those heroes I think about it, it's like you are setting the pace of the game, absolutely. Like you are always wanting to be the ones first initiating, you're the more aggressive team, you need a snowball. That for me is a little bit different than the newbie style I would expect. I think that is a natural reaction.
It's also a lineup that sets out to dominate at least 2 lanes. Like, there's no way you're not going to win 2 lanes with that particular lineup. You have Lifesteal on the same thing, Queen of Pain mid, with the Shadow Demon Priest being able to roam around and setting up kills. That's impossible to do in the late stage.
Okay. I do want to switch attention a little bit. Do you feel like these two in this group, in Group A, then are the two that will end up moving through to the semi-final, or could we see a surprise coming back up from the lower bracket?
I would be very surprised if either of those two made it out of the elimination now.
Really?
Or just later.
Yeah. I mean, presumably FP is slightly ahead of Fnatic because they're playing longer together, and Fnatic are brand new in terms of the composition of the team, but you'd expect FP to come through perhaps in that lower bracket?
I actually have no idea.
Really?
I think the patch is like a little bit fast for the way MP plays. Like MP, I generally view them as a slower team. They like to farm a lot, but this match is very ill suited for that. So I wouldn't be surprised if they actually.
But the flip side of that is that there's some old C9 members in there who love to mix in and out. They love it. Hey, come on now, Ben, calm down.
Innovative.
Indeed, yes. Absolutely, yes. But they're capable of doing that. They're capable of throwing a bit of a curveball, coming up with something crazy, and it working for them.
But India Green didn't disappoint at all. Like they lost, sure, but they lost as a team. It wasn't him losing. He didn't mind. He did his job.
Yeah.
So in that regard, that already sort of gave them some reassurance of the fact that they can win games.
Yeah. Do you think Fnatic themselves have come out of that game and kind of gone, actually, guys, we're playing much better than we thought we would, or we did better than we thought we would? Do they get more confidence?
No.
Am I clutching at straws here?
Yeah, I think it's definitely grabbing straws there.
Kids, if you're watching, I tried. That's all I'm going to say, all right?
I mean, I don't think they'll also approach it and be like, okay, we got heavily outmatched. That's what that
Yeah,
is.
I think
We played up to par until their lineup just gained much better velocity, and they did the inevitable 5-on-5 that we couldn't hold up against. So they might look at it and be like, we didn't individually, we just lost the draft, and then lost as a team.
Yeah, the team fight wasn't particularly good like going in.
No, that was exactly it, right? They had to jump in with the slaughter, hit the Omni Knight in the jump, and have Lina execute. And doing that is near impossible.
It's too much. Okay, in terms of moving those pros, do you feel like one of them is in danger of not making out the group if they do drop down? Is it one of these two, or do you think it's absolutely locked
Well,
off?
both these teams are like solid enough that they are also experienced enough to be able to bounce back from a loss. I think they also look at this series, and I don't think either one of them feels, supremely confident versus the other. So if they lose, they're a strong team. Like, that's not too surprising that we would lose against.
I know we've only had 4 games and only 2 here on the main stage in terms of what we've watched, but has anything stood out for you, Ben, so far? Is there one thing, or one player, or one draft that you've really enjoyed? I mean, I know you were mentioning isolation in the last game, that you really enjoyed some of the isolation. Why?
I think it's way more unique about like not getting stuff from Amigo. Was one of the cool things. I think that they haven't been using Shrine, I think, as much as I've seen, or putting as much pressure on the safe lane. Like the first game I was almost completely range completely alone. We have almost every game I seem like there's not an Iron Man jump. So that was the most curious that either they thought that was the best idea, or they just, I actually don't know why they wouldn't.
I mean, it's just a result of the new version, right? No one knows how to exactly time and move around the map. If you look back a year ago, everyone had it down to an art form with when they needed to invade jungles, when they needed to push tier 1s and everything. Everyone knew that. Every single team on the highest level knew when to do what. Right now, that's not the case.
Yeah, the patches all supported each other. I think that was the thing. It was a build-up. Even if it slightly changed, it was still building up the same kind of idea.
Okay, we're going to get more from all three of you shortly, but it is time to introduce you to the two teams in the winners bracket final of Group A.
We're here for our third match for today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our next team. Malaysia, are you still with me? All right. Had a crazy, crazy day so far. We got Meepo, we got augmented reality, all these things, and it's just about to get better. First team going on stage. Please give it up for Newbie! Here to the stage, Newbie! Look at them, intimidating. With former retired Army SCCC, look at it. Will the Army martial arts kill it and give them an edge? That's right. SCCC, Newbie, right here. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Newbie! Up next, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Virtus Pro! To the stage, Virtus Pro! Right here at the center. There you go. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you, no one, it's not worth it. Stop acting like an alchemist. He's not gonna hit you. Like, look at this guy. Do not tempt death. Sit down, security, getting down, acting like an alchemist. No one, he's okay? You're lucky he didn't get you. You're lucky he didn't get you, sir. Acting like an alchemist for no one. Seriously. Tempting death. All right, are we ready for our third match? We have Newbie versus Virtus Pro. Here we go.
Here we do. Two teams beginning the south set, and we will head into our third draft of the day. For a reminder for you, if you are home watching, it is now best of 3, so close to 2 in our winners bracket game. It does make a bit of a difference. I asked you earlier whether we're going to see any kind of strange stuff in maybe the first game. It's a bit, you know, a bit Larry and a bit out there. You said probably not because they're going to be comfort picks. They're going to stick to themselves. If that's the case, who wins? If they're head to head and they're both comfortable and they get what they want out of the draft.
Yes, you, not us.
Could be. Yeah, I think if it's even draft picks, I think it would be a little bit more fun because I think they're I think they've been very strong, but at the same time, you can kind of expect the similar draft, not the exact same ones, and their early game movements I think are very, very similar.
Do you think they're easy to read? Or maybe you might look at that and actually
That's
might know what they're going to do. So, well, we know what they're going to pick at least. We might know what they're going to do or how they're going to play. We know what they're going to pick.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot more team on TV. Like, teams have prepared a lot more versus them, and I think they've changed less from prior patch to 7.00 than newbie. So I think in this way they'll be more prepared.
Yeah, at a holiday time, obviously, in between action coming out, and then the holiday break as well, and then the new year, and it's kind of tough for these players, isn't it, to learn?
Most of these teams have like very limited scrim time heading into this tournament, and often like because it's 7.0 and everyone's kind of catching up, right? Everyone's learning very quickly, so the scrims may not be like as valuable, right? If you just trash a team, you may not necessarily know. Maybe there's they're a step behind, right? So they quickly learn, but that scrim is kind of useless for you in that regard, right? So I think like a lot of these teams are looking at this and going, this tournament is going to be one that decides a lot about what the meta is about. We're going to see teams that are successful, and everyone's going to look towards that team and try and look at why they were successful in 7.0. What exactly was it about them? Were they more snowball heavy? Were they a little bit more farm oriented? We saw like Lil when he was on stage, right? He said, this match feels very open, and that's something that we've routinely talked about in the MLSS as being the exact opposite. And I personally felt like it was going to be very mind-blowing heavy. We weren't going to see a whole lot of in-depth farming. We were going to see a whole lot of split pushing. I thought those elements would be taken out, but Lil apparently disagrees. He thinks that the patch is still very open to those strategies. So maybe we'll see a team like that actually.
I mean,
a bit more like
we were theorising before Christmas actually, and we were saying that it almost feels in some ways that maybe this patch is actually a farm-orientated patch in the sense that if they want a team fight, they want to run it, you just run away. You just carry on farming until you've got what you need to be able to get involved. We haven't really seen that until Lil said, actually, no, that's still viable.
I think Kat made a good point earlier with how tier 2s matter the most. So initially, the tier
But again, we haven't seen that with the shrine usage. It hasn't been
I mean,
great.
we haven't seen that many games already. That's great.
they've been pretty one-sided.
Yeah.
I think eventually this will go in the direction of taking down tier 2s and then immediately collapsing on the shrine and taking that out, just because of how much weapon the shrines are go up. So, sure enough, that's later stages of the game, so I'm interested in seeing what the first 10-15 minutes of the game is going to dictate. That might be the farming carry really big point. Maybe even your full position as well.
I think actually this match, if anything, it's going to be most about understanding your timings, right? Because the nature of like strength being added, it means that being able to take away the advantage is really important, right? So you want to be able to make the most of your peak that you have with some of these heroes. Like for example, I felt like the Weaver, if you get the Desolator, you have this really powerful attack damage peak that you needed to take advantage of, push down towers, and those sort of things, right? You need to make the most of these sort of peaks. The same thing goes with linking, right? If you are able to, because it's so hard to make that comeback, but if you have some of these heroes that are able to make do with less, which are usually your later game heroes, that's kind of, they're actually, right, they're able to do a lot more with the limited network that they have than most other carries. So if you have that, and cranking high ground is maybe a little bit more difficult because of the shrines that are added around those. Pushing into those are very difficult. Some of these heroes, like, they're able to just back out of the team fight and they're low, they pop the shrine, they come right back in instead of going to the mountain. Because that's more difficult, then maybe you need to make the most of your timings if you're the more aggressive team. Maybe you need to, like BP did, right? If they feel confident enough to push high ground, maybe you need to just push high ground because you know that breaches peak that they can't beat.
But do you think junglers, like, if you say that it might be this more weaky early game that we'll see, like, it might happen? Do you think a jungler like Enigma would shine just because of how fast he can slash jungle get his
Junglers feel pretty bad, at least for me personally. Enchantress, Enigma.
Yeah, those two. I think that's why I'm interested in Enigma, because I think
Enigma's strong as an offline, but
I think
as a core position.
I think his talents are really good, and he also farms similarly quickly. Actually, I think because there's more neutral camps, and you can actually do the inputs quite easily because they're in such close proximity.
the problem with that is that now only respawns for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest problem that I see going late into the late stages of the game. That's why you need to have a hero that isn't a jungler throughout the game. It gets its 6 and then starts utilizing itself.
I wouldn't be surprised if it would start being picked up along. I think so. There's been a lot of talk about like the T2 and the shrine, but I think even more earlier than that is like the bounty. Like the 4 bounty, you have to be able to control at least 2 at every single time. You can't let the offense do your thing. That's pretty disastrous as the game heads up. And I think like by the time you lose your T2s and your shrines, it's kind of like, okay, we're kind of already lost, or we've lost a lot of the map. I think you need to start holding on your team a lot more. Just protect the bounties a lot more and then prevent all that from happening. It seems like once the T1s fall, everything just falls after that. I was saying T2s.
Yeah, some junglers are quite good at being able to play that core position that is quite strong and being able to react to aggressive rotations or pushes. They're oftentimes better heroes that are quite strong at reacting.
Hey everyone, it's Sherman again with DG. Right now we are all in ESL One Genting, and right beside me I have 2 of these Dota fans. You can introduce yourselves?
Yeah, my name is Muhammad Adib bin Ramli. I'm from Sarawak. Right. And I'm Hairul from Miri Sarawak also.
So we have, what's your name again?
My name is Muhammad Adib.
Mama Ali, Adib, and
Hairul.
Hyrule. All right, nice. So what brings you here? What drives you to come to this event?
It's because of our passion in esports.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. Because of esports, yeah. Right. So I'm pretty sure that you guys actually play Dota 2, right? So what hero do you guys like to use most, and why?
For me, I like to use Necropose. Yeah.
And why is that?
It's because in the new patch they upgraded the skills, the second skills, which is most likely like Ghost Scepter, and it's quite fun to play.
It's quite fun to play. All right. How about you?
Actually, I'm mostly using the PA. I like to play carry, but sometimes I play with my team with him. Also, sometimes I play support. Using WD.
Okay, so you play support with WD. All right, nice. Okay, so basically in this event there are almost like 8 teams. So which team are you rooting for this time?
This time, I would like to say Fnatic, but from the but after the first game, we are rooting for Wings maybe because they are the TI winners. So
So you were rooting for Fnatic before this, and then now it's Wings. All right. How about you?
The same.
Oh, it's the same also. All right, cool. So are you guys enjoying yourself so far? All right, cool. So I guess that's all the questions I have for you. So thank you so much. All right. So yep. Once again, keep streaming. Keep on streaming and all things games with DG Prepaid Live. At the same time, we will be having free 8 GB for video and music. All in DG Prepaid Live. So yeah, do check it out.
Right, is that there may not be as many heroes viable in this patch, but the heroes that are viable for now may be utilized in multiple ways because of their talent trees. I don't think talent trees dictate as much as people want to be able to say, but in certain cases that is actually an opportunity.
They've certainly brought some heroes back into relevance with the way that they've been set up. But also, do you feel like there's a few out there that need to be looked at already?
Wind Ranger,
Yeah.
Wind Ranger for being so poor. See, what are some really big ones?
I mean, I can't help to think there's a lot of heroes that haven't seen being put to use yet just because
But it takes time, right?
yeah, the pros haven't realized, oh, this has a lot of potential actually.
Some of them you just can't get excited. Like, wow, this plus armor has a ton of potential.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, it's I think one of my favorite things is all of these strength initiators all have a level 10 talent that increases their mana. Anywhere from 75 to 250, right? So it means that they don't have to go arcane moves all the time. There's more viability to the drink moves. Soul Ring, which is already more valuable because it's more of an early game build and allows you to have sustainability that allows you to constantly be able to fight. So,
Other mana region.
no mana pools like Earthshaker.
Oh, Axe and Sensor are both region.
Yeah,
It is a mix.
it's a big.
But you don't really want them.
Thinking has like there's a lot of making Florida already.
Yeah, just saying on a Sensor, you don't really care to get the mana. You'd rather. Good. Great. Yes. Great. Good. Thanks for establishing that.
Yeah, it's one of them.
Oh,
That's the second hero that I go by.
Then it's so hard to love. It's so annoying. Easily the most annoying person I know.
What are we talking about?
Being? Yeah.
What?
He just stands there and looks at you and he says nothing.
This is your second hero that you know Blood Secret and then you know Simple.
Oh, okay, let's get back on that train, okay.
At least it's two.
Yeah, I mean, he knows his hero.
Yeah. Good.
Then there's
That hero has actually been picked up and been pretty successful this match. It's tanky, which is really valuable for supports right now because it's so fight heavy. You just play this like 4 position and maybe dual lane is the other way.
I've seen one.
All the theory crafting about like, oh, because that's the thing, is like people they overemphasize the talents and they're like, oh, but this level 25 talent changes the hero entirely.
Yeah,
you do this.
yeah,
Congrats. If you can get to 25, maybe your Lich can actually act as some sort of semi-carry right clicker. But actually, until they have a lich bid.
So it was the most relevant when Euros got buffed, and you could always line up when G, for instance, with Universe always played the Chiefs team. That was like probably the time it's been the most relevant in Dota 2.
And now you've got Rod Bezos instead. If you don't like it, you'll sit out. You can get Rod Bezos, which is really valuable for Jakiro. It highlights the strengths that he already has, which is making even tankier as a fighting support hero. And then it also allows you to be able to use this long range catch that allows you to follow up with guys.
He's still not going to be a tier 1 pick.
No, but he's viable. He's the support that you look to. I think when you are in a drafting position, you can say, crap, we need to pressure objectives, but we've already picked up the cores that would have allowed us to be able to pressure objectives, but they don't actually. So Jakiro does that. He highlights your laning phase and gives you a big boost there, and then he also pressures objectives as well as sometimes pressures cores. Pretty cool.
Still good with the dark side. As options.
Yeah.
It's in Dante Bank. I think that might be some sort of cam.
He's scam.
Yeah, I'll wag his eyebrows. Apparently we are ready for the draft now. Apologies for the delay, but hopefully we'll be on screen any moment now.
What do you mean delay, Paul? Didn't we request an hour on the panel here to be able to talk?
That we made. We did this game. We did that.
No, Kevin did that.
We specifically delayed the start of this match so we could talk on the panel.
So we can talk about all these cool things like heroes.
For fine time.
We're going by fun. That's not Phil, is it? I don't even know who Phil is. So yeah, we will be hopefully in the heat of the draft any moment now.
There's another
Which
hero.
means, which one would you like to talk about?
We're not ready to tinker.
Yeah.
That's one of the few heroes that I feel is pretty valuable. The tells are alright.
Yeah, he has a weird.
There we go.
Like 200.
Second on the line, in the first place. Yeah, Fnatic.
Yep. First phase, second, first phase man. Do the not ban. That's good, man.
You know, he's cool.
Oh yeah.
Get bad hits.
Yeah.
Bad hits. Not rat hits. Bad hits.
Or Jacob, man. To be fair, like, to be fair, like, what shots am I gonna fire at Burge? That guy's just like a robot. Not much. You can't really make fun of a robot. It just doesn't look very efficient at it.
So okay.
So, guys, I'm immune to harmless spends.
Good.
He says a single tier trickles down his cheek.
I'm glad you're able to rise the bar.
Speaking back to tier 1 pick, I still think Rubik is like very, very high up there. His battles are pretty good, and he was good last pass.
Do you think he's 6
Yeah, he's done everything. He's like, maybe Bob.
So it depends.
Maybe you think it is.
Yeah.
It's easy to sit there and contribute, criticize, that's what shit. You're here to be on the analyst desk and actually play.
Someone has a purpose.
We got a Draw Ranger, so we finally got this Draw Ranger.
So there's Shadow Demon and then Union.
Yeah, was it like,
They picked one. The typical pick one.
yeah, but before when it started coming in, it was sometimes picked up specifically against Draw Ranger strategies. You can do this like really strong pushing power, and it's also safe pushing power that Draw Ranger doesn't quite do. Like you ball around the Draw Ranger as it pull these down towers, but Luna has options to be able to like manta push out waves. It gives you this incredibly strong team fight, so you can actually defend some of these tier ones.
I don't feel like maybe were taking the furthest ball.
Don't they need to go for the Shadow Demon right now? It's sort of kind of a bad rider. It's really good. It's just
Okay, they're going to go they switched up this time, haven't they?
I guess the reason why they felt they had to go for Luna is because of the second fan phase. If they go for both Juggernaut and the Luna fan,
Yeah,
maybe.
So one of the best defensive.
I mean, you can also go for a bit of spirit. I think they're going to go for Wing.
So I like this week. This is like pretty unexpected. I would say the first pick, Drow. Drow is like
mean, just completely outshined by Luna right now.
Well, NP actually expected this. They've had nothing wrong.
But I think the Weaver is like, yeah, normally you're not going to open up with two cores like this to match VPs. Opening up and all playing time right. Like both those cores are understandable, very strong, but Draw Ranger, Weaver especially in the second, you would expect a defensive hero to kill the back here. Like a Oracle or something like that.
They might already be setting up to like the aggro. I think like compared to Weaver versus the Batrider, I think it might be pretty good because like right now you want the Weaver versus Batrider, but that means you don't put your drop safely, which is very dangerous. You don't put it mid.
Is there no chance of this being a support?
It could be too, but I think that kind of be. Yeah, it could be.
It could be, but it's not getting.
Yeah. I mean, I'm totally with Ben on the aggro challenge scenario. As hard as you want to, but it's just, you don't know the supports yet, so there's no clear weakness in VP's defensive trend line yet. There's just a Luna, which is strong.
Yeah, but you have to draw R. If you have the draw R, you can really, I think you're trying to go a lot stronger with your supports. Like, it's like it matches Winter Blessing. Kind of.
Shadow Beam with Ben Lau. So what happens if like VP just go, just pick up and down? You know, they had to chase counter strike. Value.
Trying to wake you up, Jacob.
Storm Spirit, classically one of the best heroes to combo up with the Draw Ranger. Draw Ranger forces you to split push quite a bit, and Storm Spirit's able to take advantage of that by getting those big offs with the train split push and trade efficiently, farm efficiently against the Draw Ranger when they're balled up. And it also has really good value in the laning phase with that aura. So I think that was smart bandit and Sand King, probably one of UB's best off-lane heroes, and they need a strong initiator here. Again, it comes down to the fact that Sand King's just the right combination of magic burst and initiation.
So from a support perspective, both teams missing Desert as well. Pretty good against the Weaver.
Yeah. One of the best. Anyways, that is big value against Weaver. It's going to be forced into a DKD because of that. And he's still like, but he also wants the link hits against Batman, right? So this is the perfect combination of double threatening power against a Weaver.
Or you just throw in support, I think.
Yeah.
You kind of just relegate the support and just have provide artillery from the back line with Swarm and Medallion. I think much more useful.
Yeah, I think this is what we know. Good stuff. Alright, I would have preferred to see like a Vengeful Spirit, but
you get your 5-man power. Like it's stronger because of the Weaver Restoration, but is it really stronger than having a hero to counter back, right?
I think the team fight's way stronger. I think like with the drama on the Weaver, like your team fight's crap. You have kind of AoE sounds from Gus, but that's about it. As opposed to like Batrider, Eclipse, and Disruptor. I think if they went for a Vengeful Spirit, your team they just like flat out lose the team fight. And if you can't group up with the Draw Ranger, your strength's gonna fall flat very quickly.
I don't think you necessarily lose flat out. Like we've seen plenty of strategies that goes for Vengeful, Drow, Beastmaster, and still just excel at killing everything with high physical DPS.
That's a while ago though.
Yeah, just because you don't have high spell damage doesn't mean you can't 5-on-5.
If we want to go back to that aggro channeling aspect of it, Witch Doctor is very clearly one of the strongest laning supports you can possibly have, right? So that definitely shores up that aspect, while Disruptor's a big weaker.
Dope. Yeah, I guess if they get in the farm too, it's okay. Like the Weaver with the Axe counters the Batrider Lasso very easily. Yeah.
Really good against Rock.
And you can hook him.
That is a good point. They definitely have really strong high ground defense, right? Punch and Batrider for the pick-off potential when they try and go high ground. It's just so hard to fight into those heroes. So VP can actually pick up a scaling mid if they want here. Not too heavy because I think they're strong enough with the Luna, but they can absolutely focus on the game if they wanted to and focus on their high ground defense. Just because it's so formidable. Because like if you get that one, you'll probably win the team fight guaranteed. In which case, Disruptor is going to allow you to be able to get the extra kills off of it as well.
And there's 2 lockdowns going from BKB, so you don't have any say.
Bob's also pretty decent if they want to put her versus the Batrider. I like the call. a lot in terms of lane control, but in terms of the team fight, it's gonna be a very, very tough for the disruptor and the two EKB that you mentioned.
I think no matter what this last hero is, we are definitely focused on skill level. Like Pop is, I think, very much a hero that commits heavily to winning out this team fight.
I'm gonna hit the level 25
And pushing forward. Yeah.
Play wheel off the relay.
Yeah.
Dude, that thing, it's so ridiculous.
So the push right now from Virtus Pro isn't that formidable. It's not really scary. Do you think, like, what is newbie? I think that's a weaker support. So if humor me, if that is a weaker support, what all are they going to go for? Is the Centaur again? It's going to have a semi-hard time laning.
I like Centaur. I don't think they have anyone just like to get vision for them. They're already going to be at a vision disadvantage versus the Luna. You want a vision advantage versus the Bat Rider.
Nyx versus Bat is alright. Luna is alright.
They just can't tank though. Like you need to someone up the side just to absorb stuff.
The Elsa is good.
Clockwork if he gets played.
Plugging, I would actually probably most of the offliners. There's not that many other options like Soares and Vandal. I don't think it's a particularly good scenario. Centaur, probably runner up in my book.
What makes you think Side is particularly good in this scenario?
I don't like the rest of the disruptor at all.
Yeah, that was my thought as well. That's the only reason I didn't bring it up because of the disruptor.
Yeah, I think disruptor generally goes in. I think Luna is also very, very good for some. You just like die. It doesn't matter if you get frag shell or not.
Newbie also have just enough openings where they can really
9 till the middle, so it's 18 for the whole green stretch.
yeah,
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
It's a good team fight.
10, 11,
Not as tanky as what Mike's fans like. Very good fight, but it does counter these amounts.
I mean, they've had to get some sort of counter
This
issue.
plus this.
Right? They don't have a single support that deals with it until
1,002.
But like Nyx Assassin, if he picks up a Blink Dagger, can instantly blink onto the Firefly, fire, stun the Bat Rider as he tries to hero back, and then he stuns him again.
Inside middle,
So
inside.
no 1-0.
And here as well.
I think just like a fighting hero like SF or Juggle.
Alright.
And a Jug it is.
I mean, I heavily favor Virtus Pro's lineup on this one because I don't agree with the second pick.
I like Yuki's lanes a little bit more. I do think they're a big because they have a team fight. That would be
Who?
I like Yuki's lanes, but just the wheel drop.
Alright, enough nonsense on the desk. We'll head it back to our commentary team. They have changed it up in the commentary booth. Please welcome Oni Pixel and Purge.
Thank you very much, Paul. Indeed, we're getting ready here for the first best of three so far. The tournament newbie going up against Virtus Pro. It's going to be exciting, Purge. There's no doubt about it. These are two teams full of Boston Major. Arguably came in with a lot higher hopes to where they actually ended up being. Now they've managed to stay with the same rosters. They're coming back hard as ever. This is going to be exciting.
This is like a match that we should have seen in Boston, but we didn't get to, so it's an absolute treat here. And pretty fun heroes as well. A little bit different, some similar, but interesting to see how the meta has changed between the last match and now. Like the Nyx Assassin, that was delayed that long against Bat Rider, whereas at Boston instantly would have picked. So some new changes to explore here.
I mean, do you think it's a little bit surprising as well that it wasn't banned? The fact that it wasn't now on Cruise, that's
And that could be lots of things. It could be teams forgetting about it, could teams valuing that hero less than before. So a lot of big changes here that could affect it.
a little bit of damage down to Solo, passes there to bottom one to make sure that he can secure control into that top rune. Bottom rune already, we've got Nyx Assassin moving into position in KP. See if they go for any sort of replay down there to play one of the rune itself. Might just be both teams keeping themselves to their own sides, but we've talked about the next overall drafts. Is there, in your mind, something that comes out on top? Is that Nyx Assassin good enough to take over the top for the newbie, or do you like what BB soon for you?
I mean, it's strong, and it's definitely very good against Bat Rider, but we've seen so many early lane rotations, even in the last game. I don't know if you caught up, but the Timbersaw got like fast level 7, and then he just went to the offlane and traded with the offlane hero, gave the offlane hit. So there's lots of cool little rotations like that could exploit a lot of weaknesses that some heroes have, like Drum Ranger especially. That's a guy that's got to be defensive in a lot of ways. He's got a Witch Doctor with him, and that's a great pairing just because he's going to be very defensive.
And of course, with that in mind as well, the matchups and the fact that you are going to have this quad with that drought or advantage going up in the mid lane against what I would expect it to be the judge. Does this make your lane really nice with the Queen of Pain, or do you expect your still to have a relatively good team?
I mean, I think it's a good matchup, especially because Weaver can rotate in here. with the Blightstone. It's a lot of right click as well. It's like very little kill potential for Juggernaut, but it's a lot of potential outplay on newbie side. So I think it's definitely a great matchup for them. But once they actually do get strong, then pushing with Healing Ward is going to be a huge pain in the butt.
And starting each other up, and of course, if there's anyone who's going to know how to deal with a roaming Weaver as such, Dill is going to be the man to do so, the pioneer, really that kind of play style for him. And already just aware that the Weaver's there looking for the first one, making sure that VP keep it safely and he reaches a Kaka. In the mid lane, Triple C doing his best to keep no one down low. What we can see, it's not affecting no one's ability here to hit the creeps in the mid lane. Seems to be going alright for him at the moment in the mid. He'd all right, a lot of eyes on the Weaver I feel to see what Kaka can get done, because as a Weaver in this role, you need to make stuff happen, don't you?
You kind of do, yeah. You can definitely do some farming stuff. We'll see if they do get some of that done. But right now, VP's entirely focused on their lanes and their heroes. They're not trying to zone Nyx Assassin. They're just giving him levels. Solo just did a pull. Pudge is doing this medium camp pull into the tower just to get a fast level 2. Not working out amazing, but it's giving them some advantage. So they're just entirely focused on being as greedy as possible here. We'll see if it's going to give an advantage. And that's something that could happen a lot in this tournament. Just some teams thinking they should min-max like they used to, or other teams being really greedy to exploit it. Because people will get off their comfort zone, and by doing that, they're going to make mistakes in terms of farming decisions. So maybe VP will get a lot of advantage from this.
Top lane Pasha trying to do his best to get involved in that call that we were making. Bottom lane KP is getting good levels, they're getting a few CS as well down here. And Solo's trying to do his best there, Rats back in the knee, bringing him in there for a rotation from Lil as well. KP still has his spike carapace, can he play his way out of this one? I think it's a lot of just a sense of space. As VP secures himself first off, it's a good job they did in time, because up top Pasha looks to be in trouble, tries to nail himself to isn't going to make it. It's Kaka picking up the kill that he needs to find there with that Weaver. But fast wings there for people securing the lane themselves, got that first one.
Even no one on the mid lane taking a lot of damage here from SCCC. But with structure level 2, once you grab Maledict, you actually do tons of damage in combination with another damage hero like Weaver. When you use a little bit of Shrine on the mid lane to give Bob some more advantage. He's actually on 2 points in Shadow Strike, by the way, just for the purpose of harassing no one on. He hasn't yet used Blade Fury just to remove this, so it's a little bit more focused on just regen. So, an interesting choice.
Was already on point in the healing ward just to make sure that he can stand toe to toe with SCC a little bit better in this mid lane. So far it is working out. Pretty much even CSA between the two of them at the moment. Safe lane wise, it's again very, very close between them. 15, 16 for 2 on Ramses. Drown 15 for 3. Just have the backup for Witch Doctor, Pasha. And of course, Nyx both fighting so far the lane's looking fairly even. You can see a bit of a harass down to Ramses as Kaka has come down here to join KP. Try and put a bit of pressure on this Luna and make sure that their Drow ends up getting the better safe lane in this. But at the moment, Ramses is fine. Mid lane, no one in a lot of trouble. He's already actually used the blade through here with the screen on pulling it out. One seems to outplay in there 1 versus 1. And he gets himself the kill.
I wouldn't even call that 1v1. He's got Drow Aura this whole time. He's a melee hero versus a ranged hero. Like, he has no possible way to kill the Queen of Pain. And all he can do is just try to sustain the amount of harass that he's taking. The 2 points of dagger, not something you always expect. And could have see a little bit later, but it's unlikely. Just 1 skill point. Solo actually in trouble on the bot lane. And he looks Roy dead.
Same from KP, Kaka closing out the mess. So we'll try to see if they can find some return. Ramses, quite get the loose and beam out into the trees. Assassin heading. 3 for 1. Newbie are finding the kills, but still, Ramses' farm looking very, very good. Here's how Luna is arguing one of Ramses' strongest heroes. I should see him have kind of more damage here against this joke. He's got the arcane ring, so the Shadow Strike spam's going to become even more real potential.
I mean, no one's got some good levels at least, and he can do some jungling here, but SC's going to get the advantage of this thing completely. And all it took was 2 points in Shadow Strike and some good right clicking. The Drow Aura, obviously. Drow on the other side, level 5. He's zoned a little bit by Pasha, especially with the Lil here. If they do land a hook on Drow, she's dead. It's pretty much enough saving her. Back by results patch.
Kaka continuing these rotations back up towards the top, see if they can set something up onto Pasha. Pasha already heading back.
Premium.
With getting range of any sort of crossover and stuff. They'll enable it as well, just in case anything bad went wrong. To rescue Pasha with a good look. So far, still on this volley Ramses, it's getting a lot of fun. Do you expect we'll see SCC look for any sort of rotation soon, or is there a certain item or level that you feel this squad's going to need before moving around?
It's it's kind of hard to say. You might be going Bale here. He's got 2 null tiles on board. It doesn't have his whole damage, but I think he's mostly going to wait for his allies to go. Like right now would be a great time.
I know, we're potentially seeing the damage that this Maverick really does do. He's falling low, he has the bug and he should pop past here. BT are trying to turn this around and forcing him to tell them good looks. Onto Kaka still on hold. But they get another kill, Newbie. Just making the most of these trades and BP they're unable to finish the play from Kaka. And he is certainly making it happen here on the Weaver here. 5.5 minutes in, he's been in the right place each and every time and contributing to these kills.
He's doing a great job. Got everything he needs. The magic stick is allowing him to outplay his opponents. A little bit misses hook though. Maybe should have saved it and used it aggressively as the first one, but they're getting shredded by physical damage. And it's just all it takes the Blightstone and the draw one, and everybody's doing way more damage on maybe than they expect.
Especially once Kaka gets potential medallion and such, it's going to be even nastier, the single target damage that they can offer. And this is of course still before we're seeing the rotations from the Queen of Pain, so when you start to add that in, even Ramsey's got to get a little scared down in the bottom lane. For the time being, he continues to get the space that he needs in this early game. They're an absolute free farm at moment.
So one good thing they have going for them is Luna is getting a lot of farm, and he has a lot of control over the jungle. Hasn't yet started moving towards the Helm of the Dominator. Just going to finish off with first.
He should be in trouble again. Good hook from Lil, bringing him out of danger. Was needed. So Kaka turns up as well. Mid lane, triple C. Okay, really trying to put that Sonic Wave in. He's going to pop it back. Realizes he doesn't have the damage to bring down this jump. The combo. Especially with Solo and Navy, there could have been potential for a turnaround.
I mean, they're a little under level on BK right now. It's about 7 minutes. Disruptor's going to here. So this time he spent a dagger. Something he probably should have done at the start of the game, perhaps. Just to weather a lot of that damage. But I just feel like Newbie's very safe in their lanes right now. Low chance of them dying. Nyx Assassin isn't going to die to Luna. The Drow Rangers maybe one place where they had to be worried, but they put so much focus on that lane, and they constantly made sure that Barrett was lose. It just like 1 or 2 spells that forces a book from Pudge, for example. And then Pudge isn't getting anything from it. It's like, the Pudge is actually
Very nice play there from Newbie. KP with a quick wicked spike carapace. Making sure that the Luna hits herself with that beam, and just the fact that he was there, S-Triple-C. That was exactly what Newbie needed. We've already talked about their strengths elsewhere. That was certainly one of the weaker points. The fact that they were letting Ramsey get that much farm. So very, very nice rotation.
And that's one of the few things that's going well for VP right now. So that is huge. Maybe they can pressure. So.
Finding the character Newbie returning. But it will be something. They have hoped to get the draft. They'll see what they can get VP.
Yeah, every kill here is huge when it's hard on night. Solo very likely to die.
He's on his own here. Kaka is spouting him out around the back of his head. Looks back onto the Nyx Assassin. Is it going to be enough to save Solo? He's falling low to the bug. He can't get himself out of this one. The damage from Kaka too much of this stage moving around the map with that. Variant Pain. He's running in Faith. Not to get any sort of lock onto him. So he's out of there. Ramsey's he absolutely gets it. The Weaver was not expecting that one. And as the taste of the goal, this was a Weaver that had got 3 kills in a row. So a nice bit of a bonus there to a Luna that had been knocked down previously by rotation from Newbie, but that's pretty much all recovered for the damage that was taken.
That was a really greedy play too. I mean, the Weaver reacted almost instantly when he did, so there's a very small fade time, but he was able to get enough beams.
It's pretty nice awareness from Ramsey to get that done.
It was a very, very nice action. Big kill that Virtus Pro definitely needs. They'll turn this into a Helm of the Dominator very soon.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm curious where the Nyx tanks will come. He has been scouting around top, but hasn't found anything. Barrett's just focused on jungling for now. Pretty safe and easy for him.
Top tower is under attack.
Lil and him have kind of just been this 2-man combo, just sit really defensive. Pudge picking up 6 will be impactful as well. Gives him better kill potential if he does get a hook, and that's really what they need to grab a Queen of Pain kill. There's basically nobody else that's going to be able to facilitate that. It's got to be Disruptor 6, it's got to be Batrider or Dismember or something like that. But like it's 9 minutes into the game, and Queen of Pain hasn't had a single threat to her life. So the fact that Solo's been get a good start, but then started getting killed is behind on levels. That kind of stuff is really going to impact BB's thinking.
As you said, really. The fact that SGC has been having such a good time level with Ramsey's his farm on the Luna is going to be going for the Orchid by the looks of it. Solo potentially in trouble. There will be TP backup, so TP actually saying 3 extra heroes into the turnaround. Kappa will fight Solo. Kappa gets himself out of danger. Quick guts from U9 holds back the rest of BP as well, so need to get themselves in and out. No cost at all. In fact, KP's still hanging around. There is a sentry down here for BP, and he's going to get that. They got the spike cameras off in time. U9 moving on the down. Mill puts in the mix himself. Line one, and the Hammers are trying to draw out this one. Ramsey still trying to man up. The BP, they're falling low. The good side of the way, as you can see, really should have no one. Solo, you turn here. They start slowing him down a little bit. Back into the trees here with Ramses, but it looks like he will be okay as Newbie unable to die.
It's a pretty good fight for Newbie there, I think. They got the Juggernaut kill, they got the Map Rider kills.
Oh no, they get it! I mean, Ramses with these sneaky fixes because of the vision that they have.
That's not something you expect a lot. Like,
We see that twice. Solo killing a Weaver, a hero that's pretty elusive. I mean, he's absolutely an expert at hitting these bugs.
Those are such big kills. Very difficult to get those, but any kill he gets, like, he just delays Newbie's push on the bot lane now. That pressure is basically gone. And now Solo can just sit here by himself. He doesn't have to hide the trees. He just guarantees that he's going to get all the 6 by himself. And now BP's finally in a place where they feel a little bit better about the fight. And that's all because he gets those solo kills once.
Absolutely, this is the point where Newbie's got to feel a little bit more careful about going for these full-on 5 pushes. Solo on the disrupt, again, we talked about Ramsey's strength from Luna. Solo, certainly his hero is the disrupt top lane. Oh, U9, as he comes through from the wall, he gets sort of a hook against about the back. It's hard for them to get any sort of catch again, and actually bottom lane. Hey, finishing off Solo there with what I can only imagine to be a devil. Solo kill there. It looks like it was indeed. So again, I mean, 12 to 6, 12 minutes in. The farm's still there for Ramses, but overall still the team fights just slightly favouring Newbie.
That was a little bit of an over-rotation by BP though. The fact that Zuna came in without her close, I think there's no need of that. There's slightly overreactions. They do feel behind. They know that they have to be in the fights, but that was not the best fight for them to show about. Okay, I've got to stop making mistakes like that because Newbie is getting an advantage farm-wise. Yeah, BP's getting a couple kills here, but I feel like Newbie's going to get the higher advantage, especially once they get working on bottom. Then it's going to be a lot more crucial kills on BP heroes.
What do you think about this as well? Kaka looking at what is queued up. He's going for the down in straight to the Aghanim Scepter.
I think it's fine, honestly. He did pick up Trez at least, but Trez very valued for the hero, but Hex is just, it's like a free Aegis on your whole team, and you can be invis already with Sikuchi. Your base skills are already giving you a lot of advantage. I think this is a good build, honestly. It's not that expensive to buy Hex. The stats alone make the hero tankier. That's what he needs.
A little bit of a comical moment there. They went up to smoke, but the crew backering that. Then so I ended up getting a triple stun. BP, I was setting up camp here on UB's side of the map. UB turning up with at least 4 heroes that be ready to try and do something about this potentially. Both teams with the ultimates available. Going to see a wraparound potential here from KP. Coming from the river. BP. Sanders is playing us careful. Yes, Newbie's going to be able to get the deny on the tower. It means he goes for a smoke back themselves. BP are still in the neighborhood. This great observer ward as well for Newbie, giving them full vision so they know what BP's up to. We're just going to head over. See if they're tempted to go for that. They will set the current. They're looking kills as well. They're going to go immediately onto it. Locking down to the G out. Falls back Ramsey. No one jumps in, but with the off best go see, but it wasn't enough damage. The courage comes out from Ramsey. They need to find something in return. But Sonic forward. Sonic makes that finish off the bat as well. Again, maybe finding through it. They're not done yet. The Stern's going to be juked out from Ramsey. They're going to immediately to the TP out. He is just going to make it. BP again pulling apart these team fights. I can't help but feel hurt. This is Ramses is just, he's trying his best to carry the team on his shoulders.
He was trying to bait out the Eclipse at the right time, but perfectly, like KP there. The first Eclipse hits, he stuns the other one, and he just walks out of the AoE, and all of a sudden, every bit of Luna's impact is just not there. The fight started with Pudge dying. That's a hero that wants to hook somebody way out of position, and then BP can just blow that guy. They didn't even get close to that.
Great team fight, Tower, the Courier as well. Both teams look to be in UB's fortune. Mid no,
big hook.
It's going to be on his own. He gets the walk back. Slam happening on the fence. Finish him off. He's going to get the chance. The blink kill. They don't have the vision for the glimpse. SWC goes immediately for the TP out. Takes it away. BP need those kills. They can't let those slip away from them.
If they didn't have Omni Slash Saves in the last fight, they would have been a kill.
Now again, KP, I mean,
They really are. And it all started from a very strong laning process. Lanes that were difficult to punish for VP. They kind of just won every lane, I dare say, with the exception of some great eclipse kills by Ramses. But they can still win this. They just have to take some good fights. It has to be them initiating with the hook into a lasso. They got to swap at the start, or draw range, or something like that will give them a big advantage.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen it a lot of times already. Teams can have this strength at this stage, but it will change when it comes to the high ground pushes. It's not quite come to that point yet. VP doing their best to hold themselves on the edges of the map, mid lane. Newbie ready to set up for more ice. Triple C has the Sonic Wave back for the cooldown. Very happy to go for some sort of a play. Kaka, reaching onto halfway through his action onto level 10. Picks up on Weaver.
Well, I'm queuing up a Shadow Blade, curious. Kind of a new build there. Any big passes that are break? Lunar Blessing, Jug Crit. It's mostly just, probably just to cover himself a bit from things like Juggernaut Omni Slash, which you can just go to Biz, force dust up. You can actually start fights as well, just walk around in Biz looking for heroes, orc in and kill somebody.
I mean, I guess as well, could he try and kind of play it around, eclipse it around to get the touch on him so the damage is not there with the eclipse anymore because of reduction?
Yeah, that's a great possibility as well. But mostly I think it's just the advantage of being mobile already. He's quite tanky and he's going to be in Biz. It'd be really cool. I knew he's sitting really good. Drummond was just going pretty standard little hurricane fight for safety reasons, but he hasn't died much in the game. Very few does that movie.
Dean got play here from the side. So big items potentially coming out for VP. The Singing Pasha very nearly got that beat damage. So now you can rely either hook them in or a good big initiation from back to set things off. In fact, VP looking to set up onto mid, but it's not hard here at all. VP backs off.
There's someone who smart that Solo just didn't have a dust. If they have a dust, they can get a nice little weapon, but they didn't even have the Omnicorp, so they would have loved to get a kill here. But instead, KB is just going to sit around, possibly set up for the rotation over by Newbie after they take this tier 2. And they're close to shrine down. The only lane that's still up now is mid lane for VP. Oh, there's a spot.
Going on from the back rider here. Ramsey's going to come over to try and back him up, but a good rest from U9 sends him back to the left at the moment. Yes, so also with Doctor. Can you keep finishing this kill? Let's see Johnson with your kid. And Touch, he's going to be out of this down. Lost one. Did you manage to find the Nix in return? Ramsey's still trying to stand toe to toe on the bottom of the patch. He's trying to juke it out across the tree line. He isn't going to make it. Again, Newbie taking 2 for 1. 18 to 7, VP. I mean, what is it that's just going so wrong for the Newbies like that? Is it just Newbies? Is it the fact that their rotations are catching VP off guard each and every time?
I mean, they've been pretty far behind in the levels of farm from the start of the game. Whether it was the lane stage, no one had troubles. Mid obviously getting solo killed by flopping. They didn't have the ability to pressure them. I'm sure they're regretting not having more active, easy to control solo. Like maybe on their school. That's going to break.
It's going to be a bit of a neat catch with the high ground break this moment. And looking to try for that. We will bring it in. Onto them on the way out. They could kill him a second time, which it looks like they've got a good chance of doing so. This will be pretty huge for VP and the team. They'll take down the trap. They needed that. And as you said, they just needed to find a hook, and it came at the time that it really, really counted. I mean, look at the gold swing. I mean, VP, they're certainly not out of the clip. They need a bit more of that. They need a couple more of those, but they show us there that they still have the potential to pull it off.
Just an amazing teamwork. If they did have something like Weaver X in that fight, everything changes. It could be VP just getting run over, but when you pick up an integral hero like off at the start, and you don't get her ulti off, and she doesn't land an orchid on her, everything changes. Great fight for them. Still decent farm levels on the other side. Once you die a couple times on Drow Ranger, things really stop ramping as far. You can farm very fast, and it's not quite the same as a hero like did. Going Mantis Cell next to the Orchid counter. Fudge, nothing really new here. Some burns. Very simple items as a whole one PP really. Another boring Juggernaut item build, the old Manta Diffusal. Seen it.
Yep, absolutely. Classic. It's interesting as well that we are seeing that one because it certainly feels like some kind of high-level players. We see the pro players on the street. They don't always go for this kind of build. They like that kind of headdress, the maelstrom. This is, as you said, this is the classic kind of not changing anything. It's previous pack.
It's a safe one. We're even seeing that in some of their skill trees as well. Like Juggernaut, for example, first skill tree grabbed a 150 health. Very common to see him grab 20 damage. Like case of it, but he knows he's behind. He just needs to barely survive the fight, get the healing ward up, juke a little bit, and that changes everything. Because he is very burst focused.
He's going to try for Kaka. Already out to the side. We're going to see Solo heading up, see if we can get any sort of lock up with this Kaka. It's a very low mana. Get the vision, it doesn't look like I've got a deep ward yet down in Newbie's jungle BP. So no vision for Solo to get a catch.
Pretty standard, just both teams controlling each other's jungles. Very difficult to defend them with observer wards. Although the tier 1 tower in the middle is actually helping so much for you. They still have shrines, obviously, but the fact that it gives true sight and decent TP potential to cover 2 areas, I think is really beneficial. Makes looking for a kill though.
There are potential no Esther. It's there as well.
This could be a grab here. Messi can go back in 2 seconds. That'll work it.
It could be another strike. Series 3 and 70 Mantis as well backs off. Maybe a little bit of a game sense. They're realizing that they're off the map, potentially looking for him. And I mean, he avoids death with that little.
Yeah, with Queen Pain backing off, there should always be that threat. She could come back in, really. And if Nyx was there as well, that's that kind of safety play that can change the games. Because that would have been a kill, that could have been a mid push afterwards. Then BP loses more map control. Just sick moves like that change everything. And again, another defensive skill here for no one grabs 6 armor at level 15. These things, I mean, he needs them right now. He absolutely needs survivability, but what if they catch up later? And all of a sudden he's not hitting as hard as he normally does. Those things can matter later, but at the minimum it is going to buy him some time right now for them to catch up and possibly take him.
And seeing those talents, this is purely situational. Say if this was a little different, he was ahead, he would not be going?
Yeah, I don't think he would. Just be going more damage focused. Meant to already give you pretty good survivability for one. See if that adjusts in other ways. Nothing too weird country wise that I'm seeing. Religious law, I mean, the highest net worth is still on the Luna. Jug doing fairly well, but there's a lot of red up there on the board. So a lot of green at the bottom for BP, so it's going to all come down to fights.
This could get a little bit messy here, maybe get a good grab onto Ramsey's on the front line. That could be a kill to get KPS preemptively. Carroll, see that? They managed to take down Solo, moving in for more. Can they get it? Ramsey's in the top left, trying to get around KP to fall. They'll get one in return, but they've already lost 3 here BP. No one and Ramsey just having to get themselves the hell out of there. And again, BP trying their hardest to get a favourable trade, but it seems so hard for them when Newbie get those kind of jumps in. Beautiful smoke, catching them off guard. Just great link initiation as well for KP. He may have paid with his life, but that play allowed them to get those kills.
Yeah, that was easily worth it by him. Great initiation. There's so much good follow-up as well by Newbie. The fact that Clock can blink aggressively, even Draw Ranger can force into position and drop a great gust as well. They've got the ability to punish here. Great initiation. I mean, he does still get a kill. I mean, it's not by any means over, but if they get a couple big one-sided fights, they can easily get back into the game. And again, it's all down to initiation. Just vision advantage has been a little tough here. Pretty soon Newbie will probably pick up a gem and make it even harder.
The vision game already proven to be a little tricky for VP. The fact that all these Shadow Blades and such out, Shadow Blade on the Drow, Silver Edge, so Triple C pretty soon. Triple C to harass him back. Joe here and managed to take these armor as well. Only again, late period. Backs up to the tower. He's a smart man. He realizes when something's a little bit of a miss. They've got the wall down in fact as well, so they know exactly what's moves there. Back in that, so yeah, I think the sentry's already being placed down.
They can maybe catch the bet.
And indeed they can. They get it off as well before any sort of characters into the dismember. They'll take down KP for a second time. Good succession there around that bottom lane.
That's huge punch. They might be able to glimpse back the drop if they get her.
He's done it, and he has set up for the team to pick up another big one. And with 2 heroes down, I mean, you have a drought for 50 seconds. BP could look to get some serious damage done on these things.
Yeah, it's time to do damage to towers, definitely. They're pretty safe. Manta style level 20 now on the Luna. All of our illusions here really hard too. And they're just on the defense. That was really bad that both of them died there, because it just gives UP the easiest push ever. And they may even go higher. They've got 30 seconds until Drow's over.
It's a good opening. It's a strong opening they have as well. Omni Slash available if the fight does kick off. Sonic Wave is there for us, Triple C. How much can they get done? Ort's already been used. They don't have the statics or dismembers back and available again. But they could even look to set up for a kill. KP comes in again with a good 2-man stun. Orchid down onto no one, but he stands his ground, takes down the tier 3 and BP. They're moving.
it's actually working. I mean, that will say the fact that the Weaver was able to ensure that they don't lose a hero, they can remain standing on the high ground with a full 5-man. That's just shut VP's push right down.
And they'll change everything. If Witch Doctor is dead there, they'll keep going, but everybody stays full HP. That's another good thing. They did so much damage to Witch Doctor so fast, they full HP again. Big save. And it's just so easy to play safe like that on Weaver. You can sit all the way in the back. I'm still be a bit worried about something like Lasso and do a static storm, but VP is still very strong in this game, so a nice little advantage for VP. They got 2 towers out of those 2 kills, and they've been very efficient with just poking with Nyx Assassin plus the Queen of Pain, but they can't get punished in return. Otherwise, you're going to see more cases like that where Luna just takes towers.
Well, that's a good going to look to get into range of a potential time lapse, and indeed, I mean, this is really the best the green. They could still try as well. Can they finish these up? Package able to Shikuchi out to the side. Ramsey's got the BKB focusing towards the ground range, and Yunnan in trouble, but he hurriedly flies up to the high ground. Pasha continues to check out the KB, comes in with the spike Carapace, who's done as well. They're taking down the bat, through down on VP. They've given the stuff to save, but they come from Yunnan. Push it to the back, saves, saves the fight. KP will finally go down, not moved in for more, but Esther will see juggling with the star. As Doobie and Gamble take the fight, VP, they're doing their best to step it up, and Newbie continuing to just keep it a notch above them in the execution in these plays.
Yeah, the very, very close fight, especially. It's beautiful static storm there by Solo, but unfortunately there was a big creep wave there. They weren't quite ready for that insane play. The follow-up was slightly delayed, and because of that, weren't quite safe enough going that aggressive. Even Juggernaut diving very deep, going for a kill with the Omni Slash. Got them low, but there wasn't enough. Solid kill.
I mean, it really feels if you're VP, it's so hard to go on someone when you haven't got control of the Weaver, because every time like that, it's just going to shoot you into range, time lapse your hero back out. They need to catch the Weaver.
How can you catch him though? Like, if you jump in with Batrider, then Nyx can react, blink in, you spike Carapace, and then Bat Step, because he's stunned for 2 seconds. Until he gets like a BKB or something, pretty much every time Batrider goes in these fights, he's going to have a hard time. So even Batrider doing that, very difficult. Pledge hooking him, I mean, he's probably just sitting super far back in the back of the fight. How are you going to actually hook the Weaver? He's going to wait for somebody else to get hooked, then he's going to walk forward too. It's very, very difficult for VP to actually shut down the Weaver.
More issues as well coming up for VP now. The fact Fate did, he had the Aghanim set to finish on the Witch Doctor 28 minutes in.
Good timing.
Very, very scary situations here for VP in the next possible team fight. For sure.
All their heroes are just very tanky and hard to kill. On Newbie now. And putting an axe on top of that just makes it hard. Like the pickups, Satyr Banisher, rest in peace.
So if we want to go for some sort of play there, I've got the smoke. They want to try and make movement out. Of course, with the jam and the ball control, you know that there's no chance that VP are going to have an idea on this. Indeed, they do. They smoke up, see where they can find. They know that mid lane, no one's following the creeps back again. They can expect that to be back up there for him.
Okay, Ramsey TV, they see him. They're going to clap something now.
Ramsey's using a lot of help, but he needs it quick already. VPR's going to move around in position just to make sure they are behind Ramsey in case any sort of this accident happens. And already it's happening. KP jumps in, Static Storm will be dropped down. BKB goes through, but he's already pulling 2 now. So look for real leverage self-control. They'll immediately try and go for the TP away. He will make it. Paralyzing cast. He's going to catch him in time with the global coconut. Flies through. Dobson on the head. And VP kind of just steps off on the base there. But there's the big kill, of course. Ramsey's down for 60 seconds. And it just seems, I mean, newly, it feels like they've been playing this map for ages. They know they know the movements, they know the rotations on this new map. And it just seems that VP they're not quite there.
Yeah, I love that word they put near the secret shop. I mean, it's a common TP location. It's like warding behind the tier 1 tower. And because they saw the TP to the shrine, very easy to collapse and get that kill. So, and they have Gemma as well, so Gem advantage, vision advantage on the map. And the other thing that's really helping is just that not only did they initiate the stun on the guy with the BKB, but even if he BKBs, the quap still hits really hard because of the draw aura. But they kind of have every solution to a lot of problems that they have to deal with. The only thing that's super scary is a chain initiation with Weaver far away. So as long as they stay kind of close to each other, and they generally get the initiation, I feel like they have a really good advantage in every team fight.
The thing to consider, even though Ramsey is giving up his lives a few times, the fact that this boy just knows how to farm. I mean, in a game where everything's kind of being thrown against you, he still sits clearly at the top of the network, bro.
It's Glaves, man. It's a good skill.
He's up top solo. He's going to be caught out here by the stun. And very little hope for escape there as Newbie will be able to pick up another kill on the Static as well. It's going to be about 30 seconds when he's back up and the Static Storm is still on cooldown. I don't think he was able to achieve anything with that one.
It's not too uncommon to see Solo do something like that. It's important to push lanes because if you don't have vision on the map, if you know they have a gem, easiest way to have vision is creeps. You don't care if they die, they're going to spot things for you. And in most cases, you know that your opponents aren't going to be behind where the creep waves are. So push lanes out, take some focus like that. In the meantime, his cores have been farming. So as a whole, decent move.
Next push as well, of course, going to get even stronger for Newbie as Kaka. Losing in on the gold for the Desolator. Adding that into this Drow Aura orientated push lineup.
Slightly surprised he's not going Lincolns here, personally, just because there are some decent disables that it would be nice to block, but I think he's safe enough, and there's a lot of low armor heroes on the VP side. Batrider, pretty weak to physical damage usually, Fudge certainly isn't as his disruptors. And they've got drop armor, might as well get more minus armor, right?
Absolutely, it's as we've seen already, it's a devastating consequences to heroes, and with that pick up you're able to add that onto the towers as well. Ready Newbie. Mid lane. Looking for some sort of push. They will want to make use of this Aegis, of course, on Triple C. See if they find the enemy to do so here. BKB, Shiva's Guard. I mean, this is Queen of Pain. Very, very hard for BP to deal with in these fights unless he gets massively caught out by a Static Storm or by the Dismember as such. Because a lot of times Dismember now at this stage is becoming a little less reliable. There's many ways to stun back the Purge or kill him. First point of initiation. Solo though, worth doing as well, looking for that big pickup. It's starting to work on Axe. So starting is already halfway through it. So Axe pickup against these heroes, but the BKB Shadow Blades as such could be absolutely key for catching them out in these pushes.
Even against heroes like Nexus sometimes changes the whole game. So half second against Weaver, it's fantastic. There's basically no solution. If he gets Axe ulted by Disruptor, yeah, good luck. It'll wait like 7 seconds. If Pudge hooks somebody, just Static Storm on top of that. The damage it does towards the end of the duration is amazing.
Interesting to know as well, Pudge, as you noticed, you would have liked to see Lincoln for the BB. He did actually have the Dessa queued up, maybe had a tour of his team, he's changed it around, and he hasn't been picked up a Lincoln. I guess you like it.
He doesn't have to time lapse. Everybody that gets Lasso, for example, could potentially just drop a Lincoln sometime. It's just a lot safer. I feel like they have no problems with damage here. They've got Drow, and she's going mostly defensive. They've got Quack, who's pretty much going all offensive. And they're all covered by time lapse, which is basically free Aegis. Like, why chance it a little bit that you could get Lasso, or you could get, even if you get hooked by Fudge, for example, it's going to block Dismember, and then you can time lapse yourself. Like, there's so many good solutions that Lincoln provides.
So I think we have got now Ramsey's finishing off the butterflies. We keep kind of talking about the physical damage potential of Newbie, but if VP are able to get some good lockdown with Solos, Static Storms and such, they are not lacking damage themselves. Ramses can pummel through the lineup of Newbie if the opening is there for him.
And he picks up the alpha ult as well, so any agility item he buys gives him an extra 0.3 damage. Pretty good value here. Still a very strong hero, Luna. She's pretty close to max out, just could get Dragon's upgrade, maybe sell off the Dominator, get something better. But the big threat is probably just Queen of Pain. Just because her single target damage is fantastic right now for itemization. Kind of a weird setup of items, I would say. It's working good. Not the typical plateau we were expecting, but still a good hero.
And a nice little move here as well. Looks like, of course, designed to finish the Orchid off. Obviously, get the blood from them.
Very good. It solves the butterfly problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's perfect. Unless you BKBs, of course. And another team fight item, lots of BKBs. So now no one's kind of having some damage bombs. Again, don't forget his first 2 talent trees, survivability. And now he's got a diffusal blade, which is moderate damage, nothing too extreme. Now picks up a blink dagger, now BKB. He's gonna have some damage issues. He's not gonna be nearly as competitive as heroes like Drow and Queen of Pain.
I mean, with that in mind, do you think on a jug, 25, are you for sure hitting the 20 Hachi, or is there a situation here because the Blade Fury is pretty big to keep yourself alive and get the damage?
There's like no way that I would ever Blade Fury DPS or especially good on it.
But just because of the stage of the game you're here. He forced out by U9. Sure. He'll be back in by the door, but Sonic Wave able to finish him off. They've actually lost 2 already, KPP being forced back to base. Jumping from KP, instead of actually forcing no one to use a BKB charge as well. So again, BP trying for some sort of a jump in, kind of fluffs it up.
There's a lot of BKB usage though. Well, I guess Queen Pain still has his, but he did pop his ulti. they will see this from look pretty much. And it's very safe. They've only got 3 heroes right. Hook is basically all they can go for, but we've got only kids that can time lapse.
You just have to let these racks go here, really. Still time down where they're losing 2 members. And in fact, well, it's like racks. They're losing set up. They're losing up the hook to save Ramses. But they find what they came for here. You'll be clearing out the melee racks. Backing off before VP's back up in their full 5-man strength. And these this again, some more worrying for VP. If they are just a man or 2 down for 20 seconds, that's more than enough time for Newbie to pummel down his lane and get the permanent damage done.
Especially if they get another pick here. Ramsey's just going to push with illusions, of course. The C is going to shut that down because they want to keep all the lanes pushed in as much as possible. They want to potentially just jump high ground, get a kill. Success is pretty good here for that too.
You can see Ags. In fact, the gold is there for Unite if he wants to have it finished. So if he's set for any sort of 5 hours, we do know that fights that go badly, they can cost racks. Even for Newbie. If we see them lose racks, they say the mid lane is vulnerable, for sure. If he can push down the table. So we'll see how defensive they do choose to play at this moment in time. Probably backing off, and maybe a stage where we are going to see them wait around for Roshan again. Edges, of course.
They easily can look at their wards. They've got great wards covering the middle of the map. If group waves get to the tower, nobody defends, and they know that Virtus Pro's probably smoked. So they're just out across the map, fairly spread out, farming as efficiently as they can. And it's just going to give them more and more gold advantage. Solo's plus 60 GPM talent. It's not going to make up for that.
It's not going to recover this network deficit. The 20,000 lead at the moment for Newbie.
This Axe could, though. That's one way to get deficit back. But they don't have the best setup. They have like a Naga Siren or something. I would be very hopeful for repeat right now. Him being able to land that combo, it's again very reliant on something like the push. Like the quad pick was actually so good this game for that reason. The 2 supports were already solidified for VP. There was basically no pressure that can come on the quad until the disruptor hits them. So pretty straightforward lane.
Come out here with a small VP try to make some action happen. Watch it. In, if you're already back in the hot match, the solid way from Zephyr will come out, so knocking the Queen of Pain down in the midst of this all. He will be telling us back at Egypt, the falling down, look at the King. Yeah, the collapse is working well. They've already lost 3. The damage coming out of this crowd, it's too much. They have enough. They're after this one.
And then we got really bad. It's like they just killed the quad, they're doing it.
Like, it's like everyone else started. I mean, VP. They certainly struggled here in game 1, and Newbie, they just looked extremely hot. They look like they've been playing the patch insanely every day, all day.
I'm sure that happened. You don't go to Boston and get a lot of main when you're expected to be top 4 and not work really hard, especially like from this match. Like they're looking solid. Their drafting was fantastic. That clock pick changed almost everything for the laning stage for VP. They had almost no potential for Clutch to actually get anything done in the lane. His best move maybe was just heavily zoned the Nyx assassin perhaps, but not that much happened early for VP. No one lost his lane because he was against a hard matchup, and then Newbie just did amazing.
Great drive, and as well, I think that's one out of Caprats. And doing it against Still as well. You know, this is a team, they know how to use the Weavy. Maybe they have a better kind of solution to it. The draft and such enable Newbie to just have an absolute ball of a time in game 1. 35 to 16, 38 minutes in. Of course, best of 3. We'll see if VP can pick it up in game 2 very shortly. But first, we'll head over to short break. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back to ESL One Genting. We are back. Nice dancing cat. Do that again.
We're supposed to switch to me already. I wanted to be in the war off, but you know.
Yeah, you can around the that's fine. What a good first game we had. Yeah. It's exciting. Exciting.
Under doing that.
If you're a Newbie fan, yeah, wasn't much to cheer about for Virtus Pro. Actually, I mean, they put up a good fight. There's some good people standing in there. They seemed a bit out of sorts. So, what do you put that down to then?
I think it was too fast with the drought strategy. Like, no one died in the game. That's very
Super rough matchup.
SC.
Yeah, paid for the draw all around.
They could have picked other stuff though. They need them.
Yeah, they couldn't pick other stuff. Yeah, definitely. You think the Shadow Beetle would have done better?
Yeah, we talked about it in the back. I think Genting would have been much better suited for him. But he got solo killed in the lane, and then he was like, it just felt like he was catching up the whole time. He had to pick the health talent over the damage talent, which is something that you don't really want to do on a Juggernaut.
So, I don't want to say there was luck involved in this, but there were several fights, several team fights where Newbie came out of it and you thought, they're going to lose it? No, they just got out. They TV'd out, they blinked out, they just got out of trouble with like slithers of health.
I mean, just look at the Weaver. The whole entire time, like, Haka was playing, he probably survived like 10 different times after like 15 minimum health, right? And if he dies that first time, and he's, you know, one less level, then he probably dies later, right? There were so many situations where the Weaver just kind of like, it just snowballed just a little bit.
Do you put that down to a little bit of luck as well as the skill? Because there was a lot of skill involved.
I mean, there's definitely luck involved as well, but how much it is?
It's just all the small things. Like if Trow had like 5 less agility, maybe he would have got that kill with the rush. It's just like all these small things. I think Ramsey's played like extremely well.
He tried hard. He dragged Virtus Pro on his back and tried to carry it through the first, probably 20 minutes of the game.
I was skeptical about that Weaver as second pickup for the support. Then he got that X, and I was just like, oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing they can do. Ben just sat backstage the entire time. Yeah, every time we talked about how Virtus Pro could get back into the game, he was trying. No, yeah, but he had Weavers. He had Weaver all that.
That's what happened.
That is what happened. I think that's like, they had such, it was strong, right? Because the draw ranger in conception means that you'll win this early game, and then you ensure that by being able to pick up a mid that is very fast paced. So then you ensure that you will win the early game and in some of the mid game enough to be able to actually get that Weaver Axe, because it happens faster than most other heroes, because you don't need to bother with like upgraded moves, you don't need arcanes or anything like that. You can actually go without. So that hero was able to pick up an axe relatively early in the game. I was thinking like the support, relying on the support Weaver axe seems like a bit questionable, but they shored up their early game enough to ensure that they could actually get that timing in. They could be ahead until they had the attack.
Any positives, Jacob, for Virtus Pro?
I mean, it wasn't all bad. They held on for a long time, meaning that Hutch isn't necessarily a bad pick. I think he hit a lot of those as well. They were just so far behind that there was not really really do. They went three Invisivos. They went 2 Shadow Blades on newbie side of things, which I like to see. I like the Shadow Blade being played. Well, and then with the Weaver, with the like 3 heroes, we even saw in that matchup when they turned the fight around. 3 of them invised away, and then they were like, wait a minute, I silenced this guy, we can actually fight again. They went back in and just completely swallowed them.
Ben, anything positive you can give to Virtus Pro?
I think the road fight was particularly good for them. I think Ramsey again, he had 2 solo kills on the Weaver, and then he dodged that stun from the next assassin. I think he played the best with individual ability. He also got one on Luna.
Yeah, again, I think Pucks was a great hero for staying in the game, because it takes so little for you to just turn the tide to your favor.
Okay, right axe. Again, we're going to take a very quick break in a moment, of course, and we'll be back with our second match. I don't want to go too far away. It is 1-0 if you're just joining us, to the Chinese team. They are 1 ahead after the first game. Can Virtus Pro bring it back? We'll find out. Welcome back to the ESL One Genting Dota 2 tournament for 2017. Welcome to the Arena of Stars. We've already seen a few stuff. That's right, we're back. Did we not see that?
It was behind us and everything.
Was it? You're too busy. I'm no good at this being stuff. I have to learn from Suraj.
Stop doing your job.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we're going to get into our second game very shortly with the draft. Ben, what's changing up for Venice Pro?
I always try and burn my eyes. That's Jacob. Let's get Jacob.
Let's get Jacob's opinion.
That'll be a good laugh.
Well, that was worthwhile waiting for. Thanks, Jacob. What about you, Cap?
I mean, I think VP could probably bounce back.
Yeah.
Newbie just looked like such a better team. And I think in that game one, it was just like VP.
Was it better team or was it better draft? Bit of both.
I think a bit of both. Like,
yeah, could VP change something in game two?
Like, I wasn't sure about the Weaver second pick. You know, I was leaning towards the VP drafts, but the way that they did it, especially like the get the Queen of Pain Throw Ranger, they took control early, and then just allowed themselves to be able to have this later lead mechanism to be able to fall back on. They get such good high ground. The Bat Rider and Pudge, like we talked about before, it was supposed to be like such strong high ground that you could potentially go pretty late into the game without having your base over, but that just proved to not be true. So
I actually don't think it was necessarily a better draft. I just think we just played together. Yeah, especially the rotation from SEC, which definitely came off the fact that he had a superior matchup in the mid lane. The fact that, you know, he rotated on the bottom lane, got some kills there 2-3 times throughout the first 10 minutes. So that sort of dictated the flow of the game. First Pro did a decent job at even coming back into the game, despite the fact that they were so far behind.
Yeah.
I don't think they need to change the way they go about the game. They just need to execute better.
And Ben, I want to ask you something. I want to ask you about the allowance of drought. And we sit there at the band first time game, so they banned drought. So they've obviously watched. They figured out, okay, they like playing it. Why didn't they have the second time?
I think it's fairly counterable.
Yeah, it's probably a hero that First Pro actually likes playing against.
Yeah, I think
They played a lot of the half and sounds like that play.
Yeah, but it's also very susceptible to being killed again. It's sort of weak if you're not the team in charge.
Without the Weaver, I think that they would have lost very easily.
That was the key.
Yeah, and like if you get punched once, you'll lose like 5-10 minutes worth of work.
But they were very confident with their strategy. They didn't pick up counters for the Bat Riders because they had that second pick Weaver that eliminate with Rust.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it in some of the replays. He's a little bit lucky at times. Just go away every time.
Yeah.
Like Kat says, you only don't have to be a first time pick, and then suddenly there's the one act, another one, and something. The whole game has changed. All these places that we can escape out.
yeah, you slow down the negative sector. Maybe my Rider is able to get a lot better pickoffs. It starts off the team fights. You know, there's a lot of possibilities there. But I think we all do. That he plays a more sacrificial mid laner than most others, and I think that naturally your eye draws to say KP because they allow KP to be able to do a lot more because of the better laning phase. I think Kaka is another example of kind of a support that steals on my mind, but SC definitely deserves his time because I think a game like that shows that he's able to play with the best and take the advantages that he can.
He didn't miss a fumble. That's pretty hard. They were all really good.
Yeah. They all were like at least 2 years.
Except for one way. The steal job advances.
I mean, yeah. He just wanted to see if you could hit it. That was like at range.
A skill shot. So we're going to move into the draft very shortly. What are you expecting, Ben? More of the same? Something different?
I think something more active for him is.
Yeah. Do you think they maybe want to go back to that more death ball?
I think they wanted to. They had the Jug and the Luna, but I think they shut down the Bat Rider so hard that like everything just slowed down. Like Bat Rider was slowed down.
What is this version of practice? What's he doing?
It's just practice.
motivated to hear that. It's the gamer version of visual, right?
Yeah, it just goes to his mind, and then he's just like rapid.
Yeah, athletes always visualize, that next kick, that next hit. That's what he's doing. He's visualizing.
Absolutely.
I think Ben is right though. They might not be susceptible to pick up the loop this early on and maybe just go for the jog role instead. Knowing two of their roles can play if they want to, but they're not going to fall in the trap of giving no one a inferior matchup. That would be a mistake. I think that lane really dictates the flow of the game.
Did you see it only pick points?
No. I think they want to try and.
He's got a wide enough ball, right?
Yeah, but they want to keep it at bay as long as possible until they have a clear idea of what movies are happening for us.
There's because of the disruptor. The disruptor we talked about, he's really good versus Weaver's really good versus this, but he's also really bad at the that really showcase how you can take advantage of that.
Down motivated, but it's pro that's chill.
That's they call it the GG, pretty early.
I thought they looked at it.
In some ways, yeah. Were they tilted or were they like, hey, game's over?
They're like one of the only teams that do that now. That GG maybe even a little bit prematurely. Say those other teams.
What does people
I don't know. To be fair, they have won for quite a long time.
Most of
12, 15 minutes beforehand.
At least after that fight.
Yeah.
They didn't wait until the fight.
We first won the cup, GG.
It's like 1-0 down. And it wasn't Ramsey. If Ramsey's that, I'd been like, okay, but he just popped me in clips. It was like in the middle of the clips.
Pretty straight. So newbies draft. Again, same question. Really. More of the same.
2 games today, 2 clean up pain. Picked very late as well. I don't think Virtus Pro will make that.
Well, I was going to say, is this where they go, well, actually, this might not want to see what else?
I don't think they can necessarily afford to ban it, but I don't get why they didn't just give it to me.
I mean, SD's got a pretty diverse. But that is the interesting thing, right? Has every game been bids or big plans?
It was the last second. The last 2 picks.
Yeah, because in previous matches, right, you see like maybe you'll pick up a core last week, and see occasionally a core last pick up, but it seems like very definitively everyone's favoring trying to get a favorable mid matchup.
Maybe it's because a lot of teams are sort of very about the count.
And that's the trap.
What matchup
It's stupid.
how they jump on the middle lane. That might be difficult to assess. You don't want to end up in some bad situation.
Why do you think maybe decided to ban it?
I mean, they're going into the best of round. They know they can switch up the strategy. They're not going to run the same thing twice.
They're not going to let us try to make.
Yeah, they don't have first pick this time around. That they have Radiant. I'd actually be interested in what teams were for Radiant. I think they want to win the things. I think that's a really important group set. So maybe the draw really helps them with that. Batrider was actually just super hard. I've never seen Cautious Batrider just that hard. I think a lot of
Okay. How will get you seen like this?
either get initiation or sustain, and very few heroes beat because of how early he's able to pick up his items and natural tankiness that he has, as well as the saving grace of that ultimate.
Do you think he's broken?
I don't necessarily. I don't think he's broken. When he first was running, very good. I think he's strong, but there are some definitive weaknesses.
The reaction from the two teams when that pick came was part of it using those pro just coming away to themselves eagerly.
You have to get, if you're VP, you have to get a form position of that initiation. Or you just pick up like, you don't have to arrange your Ludo VP, like Terra players. Because if you pick up Underlord, you have this really good saving grace for your 5-man visuals and everything, and it's powerful, it's a unique aspect, but you do very clearly lack strong initiation. So you have to make up from your form position.
So we said this before, which saying, nothing really given away by those. That's not wrong, but this is first running to the big and something. Perhaps they don't think they will.
I think Witchshock is going to cut it down to here.
That's also really good
difference in their style. It's very difficult for them to group up skirmish against the Junker, which they do a lot more.
Come back to the instructor.
I think their support is pretty low at this point. Like, Rubik has picked up a lot, but now that Uber has kind of fallen off, there's like not that many moves. I would say that you can just like pick up the first base and be completely okay with it.
So do you just not think Mrs. Big will be able?
He got.
What about Winterborn?
Winterborn was okay. I really only like the first drill threats though. His talents are really, really bad. And he's still so dependent on position to be successful against the strategy that he's even did. So the question is, I was hoping that he could like for an exploration and other stuff, but his axe is kind of lackluster. Not exciting or not. So I don't really think he's that great in his match at all. Yeah, they have no something. They could still go for Pudge, I think Reshaker, Spirit. What are some of the war position initiators that you can grab? There's always a juggler, like axe, such. I don't think they do that very often. Or Spirit, pretty good. Once again, Lightstealer, going to be Vanway, and that Lightstealer is probably one of the most valuable positions. See if Juggernaut actually gets more area.
What do you think about the fall position with this political?
And that's it.
Have you seen the pick up Buffalo?
I've seen Pacha play with lots of those up there. That game is not much.
Nobody else has seen a start that just pretty sure.
I mean, that's what I said about it was good.
Driven wins it instead of unassuming that one being.
I think he got it.
Certainly not the best.
It was last man, so So do you need to build a lineup around the Underlord, or yes, just fit into whatever? How do you build? Like he definitely does not fit into any lineup because again, you're lining initiation, so you need to build a lineup around it. So you need to get usually pushing heroes, usually one initiator as well. I think just naturally it's just like Underlord says.
So the OD pickup? Jump.
I mean, Jug is probably one of the best heroes for the OD because the OD sets up these rotations from support so well. Like, you think King can leave the offlane, or maybe you think King support. You get hit with something like that, you can just come on instead.
I think also it's just the Juggernaut fits that choose next time routine. I think it's just really good for them. Ramses can do a bit more with it than he could with the Luna. Yeah. As we talked about earlier today, the healing one.
You know what we haven't seen yet is that a lot of people have been experimenting.
That's a way of bringing down the other one.
I think all their heroes are actually pretty good at it. Just reduce space damage, like really right now without some sort of augmented damage ability. They probably basically love it. Yeah, I think Curse in particular, because the fact he's able to burst down a hero, even if it's not Underlord, you could at least kill the hero that you're targeting before the Underlord stays. And it's good for his Juggernaut too. Yeah, it's very strong. Here we go. Yeah, this is where we were hoping to see that. Yeah, Ramses, I think it's I like him more on the Juggernaut because he seems to deal with a lot more with it, just because like when Mars a little bit more, he plays the Juggernaut Ramses a bit more active. And the Shadow King, I think, is a very potent threat versus the OD. In terms of late game, BKB, obviously, even the laning phase is particularly easy for the OD. But it is tough for Urza. Like, Urza can kind of just man up on any of those heroes, pops the rage, and not really be scared of anything.
So the mid matchup, OD against Shadow Fiend. Who do you think wins?
Probably slightly OD favored, but not that much.
It's a dire side.
Yeah.
So
What did change?
Radiant.
Oh, it's rating set? Okay. So that means it's more favorable for SF. Because you always want to be rating side SF.
It's hard to get that camp.
It's harder to game. And you can still kind of do that camp.
Yeah.
But I think the
I like the dire set a little bit more because you have access to like enemy camps pretty easily, and the shrine's a little bit closer. It just depends. I think a little bit on the player too.
But the Dragonkin Ancient Swamp really help. Or whatever they're called. The ones that own you.
What, the ones that root you and that life steal?
Yes.
Those are terrible. I'm just like, whatever wasn't in the game that is now in the game is way too good. Monkey King, those Reeves, Underlord. Oh, but usually wasn't.
I think you just need strong control from your last support. Disruptor is not the most reliable hero. He usually needs to either get a really good setup or be having the fight already won and get that extra kill. I think you need like a team fighting strong disabling support because you don't have the most reliable support from your
What's available to you though?
disruptor.
It's not that many. I wouldn't even like seeing. I've seen him play SB a little bit. I think SB would be that, but you die a lot. But I think
he helps kind of pretty well, right?
yeah. What SE is actually still available for them. I think SE is really good at dealing with Ursa, but I don't think it fits particularly well for them.
I mean, I still.
I mean, Earth Spirit still has value, right? Because it's silencers and Ursa. That's always helpful. And then, I don't know, Earth Spirit, I'm not sure how he fits into this setup, but he is still one of the 4 position initiators that's out there. You don't have a setup for like 4 position picks or flash rack or something like that. Hyper sustain. But can you hyper sustain against Ursa though? Is it like me? Either way, right? You still have a problem of like you have Ursa as well as OD or even Ursa.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are headed back to our commentary team, so let's go right now to Odie Pixel and back at the commentary desk to Game 2.
Thanks very much indeed. I'm here with Purge, and we're ready to get ourselves stuck into Game 2 of Newbie and VP, and an even more exciting draft, arguably, compared to Game 1. We're seeing the Underlord come through. Newbie finishing off with the Purge. I always love it when a team does this, you know, they said, well, Game 1 you lost with it, we're going to show you how it's done, we're going to pick it up.
Yeah.
But understandable, I guess, because very good against someone who goes like that.
Yeah, I was always going to be standing next to somebody, so you have like 2 heroes you can hit. If you do catch the I almost always kill them, just because the tether cooldown is almost always on cooldown in the first place. So I like the draft, it'll be really fun. I like Underlord a lot. Definitely less strong than he was right before the last match, but we're looking at some of his perks, they're really strong in the late game. So you can just stay alive and get to the late game, you'll have a good time.
So this could be a lot of fun. And one interesting interaction I'm interested to see if Purge hooks someone just as they're rifting out. If they're mid being dragged back, do they stay with the Purge?
I don't know if you can. That's still like mounted territory. I think you should be able to pick. I have seen some slips. I believe it's possible, but I'm not sure how bug it is.
We might see it happen, certainly for sure, if there's any sort of escapes being attempted by the Underlord and such. But indeed, Underlord, first pick material, I mean, we've seen it being banned out already in some games. Is this understandable with the position that heroes in at the moment?
It's still very good. It's not nearly as good as it was when it was released, but Pit of Malice still a pretty solid disable. Firestorm is just, you still farm insanely fast. And obviously just the survivability you get from Dark Grip, saving your allies from best healers. But what the hook does now, if they're a bunch of Dark Grips, try to pull somebody outside.
Absolutely.
And they don't go in.
That's nice to kind of say. Newbie, the IR perk of testing a rune. Game 1 we saw it being pretty passive around the rune control of the opening. Newbie certainly wanting to do something about taking control of this one here and ensuring the Pasha able to get his hands on it. Be a little bit careful, but he does have the high ground positioning. He spots out, he'll be holding back, and they will reveal himself. Pasha, he's thinking about it, he's not going to attempt it. Kind of risking his life there. To grab it.
Okay, so SC doesn't get one. Move on your be okay-ish, I guess. If you're against a Shadow Fiend, probably nice to have that. He's got to do his best to make sure that Shadow Fiend doesn't get any last hits, but a little here in the mid lane. going to be a little bit harder.
And sure, I mean, OG as well did receive some nerves, didn't he, in that major patch. Kind of the range on Astral is very, very tough to utilise in that.
The melee skill pretty much, but starts off pretty well, denies the range pretty well. It's going to be quite important towards how the early game goes. I should allow Shadow Fiend to get some free souls here, and once he does get a couple, he's actually quite good against
He could be in trouble. I mean, he's going to remain under the sandstorm, but he did pick up a level 1 to avoid being killed.
Interesting. I would say sandstorm level. It's just such a high kill potential lane that depending on what skill that he got, he could just get killed by it.
Actually, it seemed the person to have still obviously just level 1 on this drop to on the strike and then, that's right, get it out of the way. And the earlier you use it, the earlier it's going to be back for cooldown to dominate it, not that it gets the deals.
Parker doing some mid pulls as well, by the way, so just pulled the creeps out, poked them into the creep wave falls, and then he's going to jungle a couple times with this. Really good advantage to have, actually, just because it's denying some of the experience last hits. I know it should be getting on this thing barely into level 1 here, and SCC is going to pick up 3 by the creep wave. This is so abusive, actually.
They've got to do something about it. They were already moving over to kind of scout out the situation. Bottom lane, Ramsey's in a lot of trouble. KP closing that. He's actually going to have a burrow stroke in a few seconds, but looks like Ramsey's now, he's going to have enough health to survive. Over. So, compared to Watermoss, so Ramsey's will stay alive, but the tower's being popped. KP is asserting his dominance on this bottom lane.
Kako picks up level 2 from that mid pull, so now he's a huge threat against the Nile, especially if Tether's on cooldown. Lab's going for the roots here. It's kind of scary for Lil.
He stuck around by Casper indeed. He's left 2 level 1. Very, very nicely done there.
Just for Kako to be in the area. He's currently joined the lane point, doesn't feel safe going to lane counter, so that makes sense. It's great against the Underworld. He's very hard to kill, but against Ursa can kill any tanky.
How do you utilize an Underworld kind of its role? Are you looking for him to get a certain level and then make plays with teams moving as a group, or will he sit in his lane, sit in his jungle on his own for quite a bit of time?
It's definitely very farm heavy, yeah. It's just because Firestorm's so good, it doesn't cost too much. Once he hits 10, you get some free mana. And then you just kind of use all of that farm to buy items like mech lads, stuff like that that's going to help your team win. That's why the punch pick is so important on newbie side, because they need to make sure that he doesn't get to always control where the fights are, using relocate and dark mode. They can hopefully punish one hero every single time that they go for those kind of saves and choice around the fight, then they can continue to gain advantage.
Anything away in terms of kills on that top lane, but it's going to mean, of course, that Unite having a perfect time on the same lane, safe lane in terms of CS, not missing a free.
I would say Ursa's actually quite good against Dark Knight as well, just because it doesn't matter if he spins. So I actually do like the Ursa pick a lot in this game. Very good against the 3 cores that he can. But that said, he has to be a little bit backed up sometimes, or backed up. Sometimes Ursa does have late game carry problems that he has to use. SF now catching up mid lane a bit. The 13 last hits amazing, but surprisingly OD is not getting as many either. Only 13 of himself. It doesn't actually. Would have thought that he would have way more due to the mid lane, but maybe has some trouble last day under tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It looks like Solar was trying to see if he could catch out KP there as he's hacking back top 38 parts on that. Unable to get a grab. Thinking onto level 3 so that the superior catch potential on the tanking. Just be making sure that no one's beginning the solo.
Surprisingly, because he still had a really decent lane position despite the dual lane. They couldn't really handle any more pressure like that. And as we have not that much done, I feel, just kind of giving people control.
This is there for the trap the top lane. Actually a bit of trouble. Being able to trap the Ursa and forcing them to back off. Well, here's with Raw Patcher over the edge there with the Fury Squad stacking up. But pretty much as you said, this is why it's very hard for Sentinels to remain in the lane, and especially with these rotations. We could be bordering on first blood. TP is on cooldown. He came into
chance to go to overseas too. Feels a bit like a bubble.
So they would do, because they're still going to hit hard from other ways.
Absolutely, and it really is just a grand level. As you said, showing how KP is coming ahead on that top lane. They've got to, because they've got the ward down.
That's a good weight. I mean, if they can pick them off again, that's a level 4 hero. It's gone quite a few levels. Can really jump up these supports and almost guarantee the tower dynamic.
With the expected, and obviously the support, she has to rebuild herself elsewhere on the map. They did a nice sentry there. They realise what's going on. They'll remove the vision.
It's a good snake there. It does waste a lot of newbies' time as well in their two supports, though. I mean, that could have been them ganking mid lane, like Shadow King or something like that, but nothing happens in the meantime. Even like an OD vanish into a hook would really work well. It's not like they relocate that on island, basically just heals and some damage. Fast level 6 on Sand King as well. They can easily go for a kill on Ramses, but they would need a stun follow-up. They don't really have it, I guess. Dismember would maybe be the only way. So even punishing this Jug on the stage might be a bit tough. But at least KP's getting a ton of farm.
Just to go to farm there as he did leave the lane. Coming back now. Someone has to be a bit careful. Once on the lookout for these hooks, let's try and temper it. They're going to quite grab it. Still, of course, there is that constant presence of the IO. Even if the hook is maxed in, maybe the chance for the region to be enough to allow the SF to walk it off.
Pretty static so far. Even some of the supports on VP side haven't gotten much done. Solo's still level 3 here. A little surprised on that, but I think the pulling hasn't been as valuable. It's almost got no items actually.
4 branches at the moment in inventory.
Surprised at Solo. I feel like he did some rotating mid, I suppose, showed up mid briefly, showed up top briefly. He's been moving around the map a lot, trying to get some space. So in some ways that's good. That's giving Juggernaut space, and maybe his level 6 isn't as required to level 6 game because their mid matchup isn't quite as dominant. And they're going to go for the best rush here.
And they're going to get it. Like, EP have no one that's going on at all, or at least don't have any intention of stopping it. 9. Grabbing that ages. That's a massive issue. Especially in the main stage as well. Remaining in the jungle there, the other one, Pasha. Full for the safe lane of UB. Ramses, still level 8. The only flash to go, so I just wanted to try and pick up some levels from the safe lane and so towards that 6 themselves, so they have got this pick-off potential.
They're going to go past Shadow Blade on the Shadow. He's queuing that up for now. Kind of cool choice. Could get some solo oldie kills. You're thinking like OD, even Pudge or Witch Doctor could definitely get like an oldie double raise to kill somebody. Pretty straight. Could go for a safer one first. And I think he needs stuff like that just because of once Ursa does finish his Blink Dagger, it's not going to be too far away considering how he's been farming. He is going to be a huge threat against heroes like Shadow. Looking like a smoke action.
KP is just hanging on. Yeah, actually going to go for this here. So Luke's just come a little bit too close. Try and get the center. Is it another standing? Yes, it is. One more touch from Solo will do it. Just get the defense and the kinetic field off in time now. KP is going to pay with his life. So rotation from Beacon will find the kill there. Meanwhile, at the shrine, there's another as Lil gets left behind.
I think that's very good for Newbie, even though that they got a little bit of a goal on the Radiant team for that kill. Any pickoffs like that are going to accelerate the sinking. He did buy up. He didn't actually. Maybe it wasn't super worth it, but now they can get the IO kill, and now they can push the mid lane a bit more. Forcing rotations as well. It's going to cost VP a little bit to have to show up here. I mean, that's 5 heroes that basically just cross the map with the piece. Oh, the glimpse.
Oh, yeah, indeed. Getting Tony in a very, very dangerous position. Triple C needs help. Unite trying to head forward. But a bit of Mavit holding it back now with the read. The second one to get another field, look at the strike on the KP. Have they got the follow-up long term to catch him? Doesn't look like they have. Solo still has boots on cooldown, so they won't catch him out.
What a hook. That changed everything. Another one.
But the Dark Red takes everyone else back safely.
It was actually Dark Red they didn't want to finish at the end there.
They could have potentially got a second kill. I mean, we saw the Ursa falling incredibly low as well. So an intentional, obviously, attempt to save the shadow beam, but it didn't come out in time. That was it, 6 seconds, I believe, at level 1, the wait time.
Actually,
It's a little too long.
They could have canceled it. I think they just changed it to cancel your own. And I feel like they should have let that go, just because they had 2 nanometers very low. I guess it was an Aegis on it. Maybe that's why they committed to it. Not worth it to trade that kind of gamble, but really good fight there for newbie. All because of that super sick cockpit. SEC farms again, picks up a Midas, more levels for him, more attack speed. I think they can play this way. They don't have to be too worried about super late game Virtus Pro. I mean, SF is very strong right now in the meta, but and Joke actually can't be a big threat as well. But I feel like they have good options with OD as well. So they pretty much always have an easy roach taker. They don't have to get a gank or group up as 5 to take it. I think they'll be able to use the map in a really good way.
And of course, we're seeing just key focus continue. Just make sure that Solar gets the double 2. Give that mid lane once more, and we'll be reaching that 6 now. So Static Storm's now available for the next fight.
Yes, 1, 2, 3,
As well, so we have to relocate as well. Another method of saving no one, which would have been sorely needed really in that last fight. To relocate could certainly have done the job.
Yeah, but that's the issue. Both their supports are getting a little under level. Very similar to last game, actually. It seems that VP is maybe worried about the laning stage or something, or they're just getting a little pressure, but their supports, I mean, they are a little greedy here, I guess, with the style, but pretty good.
Glimpse is not going to come soon enough to save good for Solo Disruptor. The main actual hesitation entrance. See if you can find something, but no one. They use the Shadow Amulet there to make sure there's no Astral coming through. If you're able to do anything about this defense, you can see very set on taking this tier 1 from this time. See them sweep round to the side, see if they catch anyone out on this high ground. But at the moment, BP sits side of the mid lane. The full team.
I really like what they do there with the Curry, trying to check for wraparounds. I mean, they have great counter push with like Shadow Rays as well as the Firestorm from Underlord, but they have to be careful about maybe coming from the side with like an Epicenter Burrow Strike or Touch Hook, something like that. But just going to look at a safe push towards the front. I mean, they still do have spent Jug, they've got people more. They've got Relocate, they've got a lot of survival.
Maybe they're bound to. And that's a big 2 kills as well. They're not done yet. Right at the back. He will act himself, but he will of course still be brought back to this location. Making sure that it's like and losing 3 cores. That's the most painful fight we've seen from him in this whole series so far.
Amazing fight there. It looks so bad to start with Ramsey game again here.
He's a Chewbacca, he's doing his best.
It's just the fact that he can spin their active hit, which changes everything. They really needed to walk him down.
They needed that to walk it up around.
So it looked so good for Newbie here, but that last engagement very strong for DP. The initiation fails, they keep the Juggernaut alive, feeling more towards them. Get a couple kills. Good punishes there.
And it was a big fight because it was the reveal of KP's big there as well. So they were really looking to make something big happen. It just didn't play.
It was very close though. A lot of those heroes are on DP were quite close. They didn't quite get it. Things like Savage Storm made a big difference too. Just making sure that when Newbie does try to cross, to try to secure those kills, that they have to come through a group sound. And they just don't really have the team fight. It's typical of OD. Pretty weak team fight in their early game. Doesn't even have his ult yet. More focused on farming. They don't really want to take a fight against VP. Maybe that's something VP's punishing. They see the Midas, they say, oh, he's not going to be strong for a bit. They'll still try skirmishes though.
Got a few good ones, but next warning, of course, from people they know exactly what's up. Sentry for themselves. Sentry of VP. Sentry out, of course, to the brain. The Sentry's
Dire's top tower is falling.
So they're working.
The jumping, so the kid stands on his been back in time. With the fish was holding back Unite. Unite can't quite finish off this zone. He's continuing to chase it down here. But the front running is still will go down. But then he has a running the Alessa for him. And it's a trade that these people happily take. And maybe Yubi just happening. He's diving these towers, diving on support, and it's costing him the carry's life.
Yeah, the first hook was a good shot, but jumping on him like that, especially if being unable to kill him was tough. And it all came out of that hit of malice from everywhere. Just disable him and made sure that he wasn't going to be able to secure the kill. I mean, Ursa basically is going to need a BKB before that stops being a problem. Hit of malice is one of the most annoying skills to play against in this game. And they're going to go for another fight here.
Hey everyone, I'm right now in ESL One Genting. As of now, IGN Southeast Asia is with Team Fnatic. So yep, back to you.
Okay. Good stuff here from IGN Southeast Asia, and I'm here with none other than Mushi from Fnatic. So tell us, how intense is the competition here? Was it what you expected?
Yeah, a little bit different because this is my first time playing international tournament in my home.
Okay. So how have you been dealing with the new patch? Any big changes?
Actually, the biggest change for the patch is about the map, especially the two shrine and also the talent.
The talent tree.
How we adapt. Play more.
Play more, yeah. Okay, how do you find the Southeast Asian region?
I think Southeast Asian region is still a little bit behind from the other region, but I think mostly because of the lagging of the tournament and we don't have a lot of chance to go to overseas to competing with the other top team.
So sometimes it feels a bit like a bubble, right?
Yeah.
All right. Now, do you eat a big meal? Do you eat a meal before a big match or something, or after? Tell us what is the diet of a champion?
I usually don't eat very full before the match, but maybe after the match I will eat a lot. Yeah.
All right. Do you have any team-specific like pre-game rituals?
Yeah, we usually do the group hug and a little bit talk before the game.
It's to build up energy kind of thing, right?
Yes.
All right. What about post-game? How do you usually celebrate a big victory?
If we have no game tomorrow or the tournament end already, we will go to like maybe drinks together. Yeah, and go to somewhere like celebrate dinner. Yeah, someplace better.
Simple, straightforward, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Now tell us, how does it feel to be a Malaysian playing on home ground?
I feel proud of it, and the second I feel a little bit pressure too, because I don't feel like I want to lose. I want to win the tournament, something like that. But it's also good that we have two represent Malaysia team in Malaysia.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, this is Gustav from IGN Southeast Asia and Mushi, over and out.
All right, thank you, Gustav. So yeah, today was such a wonderful day with so much action, gaming, Dota 2. So yep, this is Sherman in ESL One Genting, signing off. So do remember to keep on streaming all things gaming with DG Prepaid Live.
They already have better team fighters, and now Underlord's got the match on top of that. And of course, how can we have a fight against?
Yes, there's two in I mean, heroes dying around you. It's absolutely ridiculous, the output of physical damage that this Underlord can do. And as the thing with the magic touch, he's pretty indestructible.
Rate of farming can lane quite well, and transitions to amazing team fights for this reason. Nakako's going to try to do something here. It's hard though.
And they're going to try and jump into the kinetic field, roll them back from there, of course, as well, the pin, making it very hard for you to take them around. Let's go to the team outside. Very Pasha ends up being the one left behind. He'll put the net. No way that he gets out of this one. So Newbie will find something, but it's a very little bit of a bonus really for them as they've lost the team fight heavily. They lost the top racks, and they only are able to claim the underdog.
Do not want to get racks in 20 minutes like that. They lost all the tier 2s as well, so they can even go for shrines. Killed most of the map control that Newbie has. They're going to grab this Roche, at least because of the Underlord kill that they had. But they need a lot of team fight advantage. Something like a BKB on Ursa, he's working on it here, or he's queued up at least, but SCC is not even impacting much. 4 stats for him, almost a Hurricane fight, but they've got to jump in and they got to blow somebody up instantly. And ideally it's IO, it's Disruptor. Those 2 heroes have a lot of control over Newbie. They're the ones that help ensure that Sanctum dies for him. Those would be the best people.
We're of course going to see now as well, no one more indestructible has decided to finish off the BKB that's now on its way out on the courier. These fights, I mean, some damage, obviously the Ursa is going to be the big one to look for.
But now there's basically no lockdown. He can go invis. Interesting to see the skill or the countries is going health here. Just really focused on survivability. But it's a good thing to mix with when you have survivability backing up, like in my own, for example. So he just knows that as long as he's not getting stunned, he's going to be able to do almost anything.
Question is, do you want to try and do anything to pretend probably onto the shrine, but it looks like it's decided it is not an opportune area to fight.
I love what Sola did there as well. He ran all the way up to where the old secret shop was and put a ward down. That way, even while they're taking the shrine, they can see if their opponents are approaching with us.
And they take some punches as well. Towards the mid, so there's some sort of setup. Attacker gets the hook across, Pasha in the midfield, KP jumps forward, a good cut, there's a brilliant cut. They got down the depth forward, they've taken one already, the challenge for Rampage is too much for the attack. Don't want to be giving, it's going to be double buyback here from Newbie. They're trying to fight back into this one. So loses the Aegis, and Newbie punishes. They really need to find something with these buybacks. They've already fallen low again. Junon dropping down. He's out of this one. Fake drops down the Paladin, but he's out for a second time. Hackers at all. Is it triple kill for Ramsey? Good for another one. Newbie just hitting the deck. And this game, I mean, game 1, it looked incredibly strong for Newbie, but in game 2, it's all executed. And they attack back to Newbie. GG is scored 22 minutes in, 20-9. They certainly picked up the performance from game 1. I mean, what do you feel was just the big kind of difference between what we saw in game 2?
It's almost every game this tournament's been very similar so far. It's a semi-even 10-15 minutes, and then all of a sudden around the 20-minute mark, somebody has a massive advantage, and they just push and take fights. And this game was very reminiscent of the first of the day, where VP, man, with the mech on the Underlord and a 4-stat seemingly out of nowhere, their opponents do their first throw strike, epicenter, blink dagger thing, doesn't get them kills, and then all of a sudden Newbie's just stupid.
I think we're seeing as well, I mean, Underlord, you know, if that's getting through, if you're playing melee core, it's so hard.
Yeah, it's very difficult. It takes almost all the disabled out of for your team. Just drop the pit of malice, it becomes so difficult to play.
Well, don't go anywhere later, but I assure you won't, because game 3, coming around the corner, BP versus Newbie is going to be massive. We'll see you very shortly after a quick break.
ESL One Genting 2017 Game 2 in the bag in this winners bracket final game in Group A, and we are tied up at 1-1 after a masterful performance from first row.
Indeed. Why do you guys always look at me to respond to this? You just have a deep voice. No, but that was the no one champion. What we all expected to have.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a little bit of help, right?
Yeah, did a bit of help from his friends.
Putting the whisper on the low bit.
Under mortal wisdom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
They're pretty cool. Actually, watching that work.
I've seen that before.
Yeah, I'm going to get some good examples of it in the replays as well. Also, as we walk through this as well, I want to bring up a point that Purge kind of partially made in the commentary, which is all the matches we've seen so far are kind of hit the 15-minute mark, and up to that point, it looked fairly even on both sides. No one's really taking the lead. All of a sudden, boom, someone engages turbo boost and just cleans up.
I think
is there a reason behind that?
I think it's in part because this is fighting meta, in which case every single one of the cores you're going to be picking up are usually ready to go by 15 minutes. So I think that's where you usually see the full engagement of we're bringing our signaling cores, or bringing our offlaner who's picked up X item that's really important for our team fight, and once you're able to get that first advantage, I think generally starts to go well.
I mean, it was fairly even early on. Again, but I also found that Libby took better team fights and positioning was much better as well. Libby kind of started to dash in and got picked off here and there as well. But was that their mistakes or was it just also their desperation?
They just cannot fight. The only one who could actually kill targets was the Ursa, and the rest of the AP lineup would just kill through it all. Wisp and the healing wall and everything. So it was just a very hard fight for them to take. They didn't get the necessary items, levels, sanctions, or him to actually make a difference. So it's just a big part of it. And you can't burst down the Wisp Juggernaut lineup. It's really hard to do. Same thing we saw with Execution.
This was much more dominant first pro this time round rather than the first round, which obviously went the way of Libby. So we're going to get some confidence heading into the game.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that I don't necessarily agree that it's like 15 and then everything just gets weird. It's like this game they were supposed to be way more ahead. Like they had Roshan, they had two Roshan, I believe, and Ursa, but the OD just kept on dying and dying and dying. Also they just they were brain also Ursa just kind of they latched on because of the same thing, similar to the first game, two Fnatic, way further ahead, but they were even. It looks like it's even, but it's not because of the inherent strength of the players.
I don't understand the OD pick either. There was nothing he was really good against, and there was big reasons to pick it up that way. They would have been bent either.
Yeah, was it a little bit of a desperation pick?
No. Well, why would they be desperate? They just stormed. Well, not stormed, but they beat them pretty poorly.
But in terms of the game on, I'll pick up on what Ken said before we came back on it. It felt like they were trying to figure out how to deal with ways with their draft. It's not necessarily a bright way of doing it, is it?
Yeah, Underlord oppresses your drafting because once he's picked up, you have to think about most agility heroes or it's kind of like Elder Knight. But what is only when that hero is picked, what does overview do where there's something he's able to output damage then get stopped by their voice max. I mean, so really big. Yeah.
She would have lost it pretty bad.
Yeah.
I think but the point is, I think they drafted pretty well against Underlord, but it still did nothing. Because I think the last pick of Wisp was really good.
Yeah. It's right. I mean, would you say that the key part was it the old Wisp combination?
Yeah. Like it's very hard to see because it's Auras. Auras like okay, everyone's doing a little bit less damage, but you're like okay, no one's dying, and it's nothing flashy that the Underlord does, but it just makes it really hard to kill. You're like, why is no one dying?
Yeah, the strength of their lanes, it was so good. They had to routinely try and catch the Underlord while he's doing his farming thing because he's a hero that you want to be able to shut down early. Otherwise, he just snowballs pretty quickly once he starts getting those levels. So much of their support direction was trying to focus on getting him, but he's still going to get into the farm. You have the SF Wisp that's easily getting out of control just because of the nature. They weren't really ever stopped from being able to completely farm up between the mid lane and neutrals. So I think they just naturally got pretty far ahead with winning phase and go from there.
So it's just definitely going to give them something to think about when we head into game number 3. Before we get to talk about game 3 and the draft, of course, we want to check in once more with our friend the Ogre. He's Sir Action Slacks. Early on, he was taking part in the signing session.
Hello guys, we are here at the signing session. Of course, it's ESL. You're going to get your signing sessions here in Genting. I know it's Obi-Wan. And we've got the boys now. Welcome to the signing session. Hello. Yes, what was your name, sir? Matt, what? Matt. Ah, very well. I see that. What is this? Why did you bring this here?
My wife spent $200 just so that I could come and meet you.
Oh my God! You've made a horrible investment, man. Why did you do this?
Birthday and he loves you.
Oh, okay. Well, I will be happy to do that for you. Yeah, let's sign that bad boy. Then we got somebody over there, Toby. I would like to see this if we may. Toby, what do you think? You've got some great fans as well.
I think I've got my teeth down perfectly. I obviously remember my braces from a young kid. That's perfect.
Thank you, sir. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. That is very good.
You actually made it look like I've got a goatee.
A beautiful goatee, for sure. Well, anyway, if you want some of that exciting action, we will be here all week. Come on down and get your favorite signatures from your favorite personalities. Hopefully it's not me. Thank you.
The Toby face.
Do you guys think it's a coincidence that somehow every single video that Slacks has done so far, it's involved a Slacks fan?
I mean, either that or all of the people that have come are Slacks fans.
That's probably true.
Maybe true, there was lots of Slacks fans.
I'm also a Slacks fan.
I'm a Slacks fan. Yeah. Good boy.
He brought it to my day.
That's his job. That's his business. Good stuff. All right, we are going to head to a break right now, but when we come back, of course, we do have game number 3 in the best of 3 between two teams who are finding their way through to the semi-finals. We'll find out after the break who makes it. Is it First Pro or is it Nibby? We'll see you soon.
shop.eslgaming.com.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
his first esports tournament of the year is ESL One in Genting, over 5,000 people. I reckon this might be the record highest ever esports tournament. What do you reckon?
I think so.
I don't know if it's been higher in the event, that's for sure.
Jack told me that in China they call it, oh god, it's something in the sky.
Great anecdote. Brilliant. Oh, fantastic. Should we move into the third game?
Yeah, let's.
Is that going to mess with you a little bit?
It's a jet lag mode.
It is, it's killing all of us. Third game, brilliant, because that's what we want. We want these best of threes all the way, especially when you've got two teams who are really in good form. And they both seem in good form. Both have. The first game obviously went very well. For newbie, second game went very well for both. But where do we go now? One of them's got to win.
That is true, Paul. But if that's the three, in the third game, only one team can win. And we're about to find out.
That was it. One of these teams has got to win this game. But in all seriousness, which way does it fall for you, Kat? I mean, were you more impressed with the second game?
I think I was more impressed with the first game one. Because it was more about play than whereas BPF.
That was more of a drama.
A little bit more drama. Yeah. But not quite. I mean, I don't think it's the fact that it's a banned floor that maybe somewhere around BP is very happy with that. And in which case, we're also probably talking, they probably at some point decided, okay, they also would have that discussion. If we give them something, give more to Father's life skill, they have to worry about. Yeah. Father life skill is very strong. They really want themselves. Yeah, the Slugger is also a strong versus life skill. Yeah. What other good openers are there for them? Like, his Slugger is such a, in some ways, a bit of a initiation. He's able to first down there so when Hero jumps on, he amplifies it. There's some damage to the behind him that is able to follow that up. The Hero jumps usually he's able to have some sort of same. I like it. Which is rare.
You like what?
Jug versus.
Yeah. I'm thinking that, but maybe it's too early to pick it, and also sort of forces Virtus Pro into picking the live stealing. I'm happy they went for the Shadow Demon. I'm just not convinced which stock that is worth the early pick.
It's definitely way worse with Slaughter.
Yeah.
It's fairly non-convincing as well. I don't think it's doing anything well.
Yeah, but you don't have the Luna to the best team. I guess Luna as they might not be the best pistol Slaughter.
I don't think Juggernaut is pretty safe pick.
Okay, so that's not best thing on it.
Okay, Sonar is very versatile. You can also plug it into a standard like Shadow Beam lineup to build up mass outputs. And there are plenty of vehicles for life skills as well, right? So there's still plenty of options on both sides. Just because you picked up Sonar on one side of life skill, there doesn't mean people that these teams have. For example, like Genting is a lot more valuable. Or you need maybe considered a 3-4 bit by because of that.
But if you're weak now, you're not worried that Juggernaut can bend up. Yeah, are you not worried that John will be back? He'll be back in second place. I think so, right? Because there's no reason for why newbie would go for it now.
I don't think you're scared of the sort of this jump. It's not that bad. It's not that much burst. It's not as consistent as the other teams.
I think that's good.
Yeah, I like the minus on just basing your whole entire line around minus on way more than you're the sort of.
And Weaver's a traditional counter from next year. Very mobile hero stays away from the light stealer having physical damage. I mean, I think I don't think that even they're just like, this could be more than scams. I think very likely it's leaning towards, yeah, just because you picked it up early, I think the Weaver is very likely to see some counters here. In which case, okay, little Weaver
Also placed his love.
big fan is beginning.
Yeah. Well, now it's good. There's life steal on the life, so definitely don't want to more.
And then another game that was like Draw Ranger structure.
I wonder how they want to deal with all this minus on that we've seen. We saw Axe trying to be picked earlier to counter it. We've seen Batman sometimes uses Soul Run. Omni-Guys also like get rid of all that physical. Weaver's a very good physical carrier. You can't confuse it with that, though, right?
No, no, no. I think newbie could go into an OP on the lineup. It's so hard to kill any of them. Get the life stealer, they can't even touch. Like, they can't yes, not much spells anyways. Then you have 17 and OP and offline.
They can't kill him, though.
Yeah, we don't know.
That was nice. I think they would just get split with Weaver to death.
Yeah, picks up early, that's
Yeah, so what other vehicles are there for next year? Is it like Bat, Walk, Storm, generally, do we see? Solar,
Pop might actually be a very good pickup. But
Bob is probably one of the best, but they probably say
she has a huge armor.
oh, so this is what they did against NP. They had the life steal the same way, Shadow Demon, Piranha, both. Centaur, all day, probably. I doubt they're gonna get those two last picks. They might get one of them. Well, they'll definitely get one of them if they want.
I like the pop a lot more though, because they don't have to, they still have to control the Weaver. Like SB was Piranha's in the past really bad. I don't versus the Weaver, like no way you use that. No stones. I guess.
yeah, if you get 3 games, like,
The jumping in center back is with the point in second base and gets in the medium.
So, I mean, if you go to the mid matchup, they could go Walk versus Juggernaut again.
They don't necessarily go to the offense Lana or offense Weaver will support the other, and then Ramses and the Juggernaut.
Yeah.
I actually don't think that's well, it would be smart. Well, in the case of the Shadow Demon setup into Piranha, I guess putting block that would actually make a lot of sense.
Temper's always an option too.
Feel big.
Excellent as you mentioned.
Yep, those forwards.
But they also, if they're smart here, they can get some. Let's get far back.
Yeah, but I think, honestly, I think that might be a better pick.
They've got options.
Bat Ride versus the Weaver and the Juggernaut.
The Centaur is a, the ultimate does make life steal a bit better. It doesn't have to chase as much. It gets off 5 seconds of easy hitting.
累死我了。Have you go down there?
I'm trying to look at the line. I think it against IU.
No, but I think it's very cute.
I think Bat Ride gets a lot of options.
Yeah, I think we can see that one.
You can see there one.
I think that.
So we can potentially have him rapidly dagger over the Weaver.
That being said, we don't know that hole in the lane.
I mean, it's just nice to feel like but I think the instant cast is pros.
Yeah, exactly. the same way with the people plus small makes sort of not look better. Well, it's going to be a deal. So, hey, well, they already have been paid in out of that. I do think they're going to go for the Centaur if it isn't that now, but if Virtus Pro look at which they must have played.
Well, I think I would have after so they kind of would have put their plans that way, but they had to get rid of Storm. And they didn't get rid of Storm. Virtus Pro and Storm suggested that they didn't.
There's always a long play, but maybe. Oh, this is probably still not. Could be too long play. Yeah, I think it's definitely a long play. It's just whether it's the start of the Weaver. Yeah, Weaver. I like Weaver having a lot more because the life seal is just absolutely useless. You can win if you want to. Please even have this carry of Ramses. Yeah, definitely. That was the thing. I was like, I'm sure.
Okay, so let's see whether
they could also place the bat behind the shadow people in the middle and ensure that nobody move around the shadow people doesn't want to do anything. Sure. Axe. Well, Axe is good against them. I guess that's the logic for it. Oh yeah, Nuke is going to try to test it. Is there any reason that because you have flop as a vehicle you can get it? Well, that's happened on the setting of the shadow. Okay, that's going to maybe a little bit I think they get outscaled pretty heavily though, unless product is really bad. I think it's outscalable. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. Shadow King Joe. I actually favor Duty. I think it's so much minus on how do we people think I was thinking about that. I thought
you're right, Matt. Do you know what? I'm going to let these guys carry on arguing backstage. Meanwhile, we're going to go back to our commentary team. Only picks it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Red. Indeed, we're ready to get down to the deciding matchup now between Newbie and Virtus Pro. The draft's complete proceeding as Having kind of mentioned and predicted the Centaur coming out of the 5th pick for Newbie. And something a little bit different for BP picking. How about can you see why? Are you looking at Newbie's job and saying you need some kind of hard spot?
Yeah, basically, it's going to remove arrows. They're going to shadow human disruption into an arrow setup that should give them a lot of lane advantage. Being able to remove that is great and fantastic with heroes like Weaver as well. Do some really aggressive things with your aggressive heroes and hopefully help defend against the running lineup that Newbie can do.
Well, let's see, we should be able to get ourselves into the action. I'm kind of interested to point on as well, as you mentioned, going to be very nice with the Weaver in lane, but also at the same time you feel there is going to be the need for the presence of it to help out Nolan in the mid.
It's possible. Like, Quap is a little bit scary because if SF does get out of position, she will go for the kill. So absolutely, Venom can make a big difference there. But as a whole, that lane should genuinely just trade farm. At least at the poker shadow against about 3 when Wraith is actually a big threat against. Nothing too unexpected laning wise here, but we will see still a little bit. I think they could definitely put some focus on trying to zone Centaur, try to delay level 6, just because it allows, it facilitates Life Stealer from getting kills. And a lot of ways just because Life Stealer is so good at doing high amounts of damage, he can chase people down with the Stampede.
Looks like the star here, sort of similar to game already, no one to contest. And or at least attempt to move into a position to do so at the moment. So each team is looking to secure half of the map. So as you said, the lane is pretty much what you expected. Is there a team that you feel is going to come out on top of the laning stage because of that?
Well, I think the mid matchups are about even. Kind of there could be swings either way. Shadow Beam can kill Quap, Quap can kill Shadow Beam. Honestly, for Slaughter, I think it's quite a bit worse, I would say, than Centaur. Centaur's quite a bit tankier, and he's better at juggling. So maybe KP will have an advantage here. It's also more useful without Point Deck. Slaughter and Centaur are both in my point, but at least Centaur can actually get a kill using his level 7. So that's going to make a big impact too. the early lifesteal rotations are going to be harder, although he can just rotate with one instead. So I would say newbies draft things together pretty darn well.
Early rotations as well. See already newbie getting into position with this SD Mirana combo. They're going to look for solo, and indeed, well, there's going to be no one to shield him.
Really cool rotation there, anticipating where he was going to be. Not say here he's got an arrow. So because of that, now Pasha's going to get an easier lane, because now he's in a 1v1 versus the lane together, so he should be able to get a pass too.
Yeah, Masato actually has one teammate back up there immediately, making sure that the man across first blood, but they'll at least be able to put a bit of pressure onto.
It certainly could be worse for VP despite that. The big thing is that is no one getting pressured heavily right now. This is the time he has to worry about the arrow.
And they have got the right way to do it by looking over the Shadow Strike, taking him down as well. No one pulling though, has the verify, tries to down the way, comes the race, but he's got the body cap. They get the kill, they get out, and the Mirana pick already looking incredibly good. I mean, they kind of say, you can pick an Abaddon, but we're going to play around. Very nice.
Really nice to know by Naga. So you get basically 3 levels with arrow on 3, you see crap out of here. So this jungle is pretty much his, and they have to anticipate where those arrows are going to be, not get hit by them. Huge role so far.
Get some done there as well. Ramses come across to catch vision of him, so they know the Mirana's in the neighborhood. Kaka to hold back, potentially to reposition, going against somewhere else. Trade hits with Bill at the moment.
He's going to lose a sentry there. And this is really smart by Karaka. Just by arrow with the large creep there, now it just means that the point for VP really good effectiveness from him so far. He's actually going to be able to pick up an energy booster. But he'll grab boots here, just for some extra movement speed.
Anyway, let's see if we can try and get that kill. The 3 arrows surrounding him, the setup there from Faith. Kaka actually throw the arrows there. Maybe not confident on being able to connect the timing around the blade period from Ramses. So leave it up. Actually gets a boost on onto the Weaver.
Great placement on the center ward allows him to see Lil there. He did not expect to get stunned there by Cave. Great disable guarantees that kill.
Ready to Kaka. We saw him have a bit of a start performance really game 1 with his rotations on the Weaver. Again, here in game 3, his kind of game presence and the impact that he's having in these first 3 minutes is absolutely massive.
Pasha's doing great. Top last hit leader here. Slightly ahead of the lifestealer on the mid lane. The Quaff as well as Shadow Fiend are pretty equal. Both kind of disrupting each other's ability to get last hits. SC is doing a great job. Bought 2 null talismans, while just trying to amp up his damage as much as possible at the start of the game because he knows that if he stays ahead of last hits on Shadow Fiend, then Shadow Fiend's going to have a hard time accelerating. So I like the item choice here rather than game moves.
Yeah, similar build to what he did game 1 and matchup. Do you think it's going to be the same? Will he still go for the Orchid, or you kind of put off from getting the Orchid because there's an Abaddon?
It's definitely something he could skip, but it's so good against a hero like Weaver. So at some point, you know, Abaddon the shield is 1 hero. So I think it's decent if Quaff still grabs it. Interesting skill level 2 grab 2 and miss Quaff. It does have a projectile. I think you guys are confused like I was a moment ago. Pretty decent skill. He's actually, Abaddon actually has pretty good new potential if you use your skills right. So it may seem like he's super defensive, but if you play him correctly, he can actually combo quite well. So I think heroes like Lifesteal have to be slightly careful on the safe lane, especially as Pasha gets closer to 6. Solo can definitely make something happen, but it's going to be tough. Because if he doesn't turn fights with the shield and the heal, then he's going to just basically get lined up again.
Kaka, back over towards the mid lane once again. Have 20 seconds to play for space for main down the ball lane to KP. And they'll look to spin that trick bit of damage here with no one. How did he KP Kaka? Kind of playing on the very edge of his seat there.
It's so weird.
Still to that level 1 star still on the rest.
Hey, yeah, with Reeves nearby, that was the most bizarre thing I've seen in a long time, actually. Played amazing, but that move, not so good.
If he'd gone down, I'm sure the team would have done it. And it's down to go still 3-0 in favour of Newbie. To a strong start, but look at the lanes, the fact that Pasha getting a lot of CS on this top lane, they are going to have that kind of key link timing, essentially with this sort of great farm. And that's going to be absolutely massive for jumping on some of these heroes in Newbie.
I like that they rotate the well here as well because he is quite good against Lightsteel. It doesn't matter if he gets open, he can still pressure well. The Blightstone on Genting as well. And abuse some of Lightsteel's low armor.
He needs to be careful because Pasha's don't have a crush yet. You know, just rages, backs away, no messing around here on the top lane. Ramses, of course, being backed up now by Yabad. KP still with a backup of Faith in lane as well. Just in case there's any sort of a chance for a setter out of it. Disruption into a stop and then a TPing in Moranas with the arrow could spell disaster for VP.
It's actually really dangerous too, because he'd have to mango just to get the spin off, and he might not be able to do that in the next post. A little scary for him here. He's been pressured so much in his lane, but he's actually being pretty vigilant about it.
He's on a no one, and he's a bit of a damage out if he connects an arrow. He'll look to line it up. That's the connection, and it's perfectly done as well. With that Triple C coming across from the mid lane. They'll catch him on no one. He's got to get a few safe turtles into the jungle there. There wasn't to be the case, and again, I mean, it's really just feels like the Kaka show so far.
Yeah, the words that they place the spot where exactly where shots are disrupting. But yeah, just making sure they know where the shots are being. They bought lane stage to make sure he didn't get quite as many last hits as just trying to limit his harm. It's working really well.
Back towards the front line as well, so this is going to kind of like danger for Ramses. Sort of set up. Really, really catch him out. She said he does have a mango blade period, but that may not be enough if the timing's right. He's looking for that stop. Kaka's in the trees. He knows laying around with this Kaka knows it's the line that's going to be the setup, so he feels for this. You might as well just attempt for a line out.
It's a good try. If that landed, that would have most likely been a dead joker. Please get it.
That's certainly worth giving the attempt there.
I see, looking at pressure into the enemy jungle, there's so many wards, just giving great vision in the radiant side. It's because they want to see where solo is, wherever they have a bad is, that's exactly where they don't want to be. The spot where he is.
Ramses again. He's really wanting to quite catch it again. He does miss it. But they may still get the kill as they close it. That's the two-stop combo at the start of the match. He's bringing Ramses down low. You're right that he should do. He's trying to get himself away from this. One more time, should bring it down low. Absolutely.
That was a little too greedy by him. He was the same thing. He wasn't able to pop mango and spin in time. The stun's going to hit him. Probably should have just eaten that ahead of time just to make sure he always had enough mana to spin. Kosh is still getting good farm on the top. It's very close to the blink, and this is going to change almost everything here for me. He's still a little slow, no trying to move, but if he can grab his blink dagger and move around and start killing crucial heroes like do a blink stun, get a double raise, that's a dead buff in a lot of cases, and they can't catch up in that way. But for now, it's looking a little iffy. They've been pressured heavily all over the map.
He's toying around with that. Very, very careful. Down at the bottom of the moment. And they're bringing in S-Triple-C as well. Ramses hasn't got a TP. He's going to hunt for him with the arrow there. I've been in my quite close to it. S-Triple-C jumps in, but Ramses is very nicely moved around this. And it looks like he will get away now. Attacking checks down. Ramses playing around.
Doing a great job. I mean, this is really the story of Joker in a lot of cases. It's blaming on Kosh is going to be able to blink initiate here.
I want to do something with that. Too many tower hits to himself. Again, the presence there of the team of newbie. S-Triple-C coming in perfect timing, hitting a massive sonic wave, putting any attempt for BT to get a kill to full stop.
And it all pretty much started with a disruption from Faith. I don't know if he expected them to go in at the same time, but because he disrupted the jug, when the starter stun, nobody's going to follow up on that. It should have been Omni slash but they weren't able to do that. He was disrupted. That quaffle was really good though.
I think that's at least, looked like they had at least 4 really, didn't it? The area is such certainly guaranteed for getting those 2 kills.
Looks like VP is going to go for another rotation now. Slaughter plus Weaver could work. Very damage heavy handle stuff. Mid. They love for Quad to come up here. Very unlikely. He knows that the danger is there. It's pretty much all about Slaughter right now. They just don't die to Slaughter games right now. I think Newbie's going to run away with this game. They're already up 7 though. And their heroes are hard to kill as well. Hard to kill. Centaur is very survivable right now.
That's coming here, VP, coming towards the mid. They want to really they know that something's up. Too close to danger. Triple C might into vision. We'll have backup. Asher already in position, of course, in the tree line. Will jump in. Going to be a still save. They do have the disruption. Arrow. Triple C there with a big count. As you said, Liz, this is exactly what we can't afford to happen. A second and a blink dagger, and it ends in disaster.
Great beat there. Favorite perfect position not to show disruption offsets the sun. Yeah, she could have done better on that stuff. And they sit around for a long time, even 10 seconds. That's still
fair. Well, it was up, the smoke actually expired.
If we're going to try to slow this down, there's almost nothing you can do here. Kaka's level 6 at this point. He's already got his point booster into the purple. He's going to get a really fast item set with this game. And the early rotation solar days, they just haven't worked. And this is the guy that was the highest block level on VP since they had traits and kills. And ideally, they needed a bat to be in the area that would gain experience from enemy heroes dying. But instead they're in this bad position. They lose the mid lane. That's where SF wants to thrive, balance between mid and jungle. But they've really limited a lot of what SF should be getting.
Got to be careful again now as we see Newbie just sweeping the jungle. Just falling out, keep himself in the trees and the caps. We'll see him. Easier play during and TP out. It's close. One more jump and that might have done it.
SC had full jump on, that would have been a kill.
Oh, I think it's not it.
Yeah. Very, very scary there. But at least they know they're there and they can go for the top lane. They need to be able to pressure this tower a bit.
They'll be able to trip on this one. UVA is claiming this one up tier 1. For the moment, at least, no attempt to TP up to this one. How it'll come through, they're actually a good amount of health left on this tier 1. They could hold KP. It's got G9 inside it. No blink, of course. Some rack thing. Got to be careful how they go on this stage. There must be a bit of them that's aware that there's a potential. It could be a nasty surprise inside the center.
I think they just expected it.
They do lose the centaur for it, so they find the trade here, BP. It's not over yet. Kaka jumping forward, no one goes to the red field. There's a meteor arrow comes in the neighborhood as well. There's nobody on the side. Look at this Roman to keep himself alive. Ramses can't stick around to finish off the kill. Ramses himself in trouble as Yubi looking to chase him down with a shadow strike, taking him out. They'll pick up another, and again, BP tried their best to make something happen. It just seemed that once more that they were expecting it, and they had an answer.
Maybe it shouldn't be that back there. It would have been fun. He is building that. It's a great choice against bursty heroes and bursty things like Queen of Pain. If you can offset her ulti and stay alive for a bit longer to cast her spells, that's amazing. But they're not that survivable yet, and we're not really seeing that much of an impact. So he's kind of just sitting back, picking out some spoils occasionally. Sometimes are moving a stun, but he's even having mana farms. Like they're all so underfarmed and a little under level, very reminiscent of the last 2 games. And it's putting them in a bad spot. I'm not sure if it's draft related or maybe just patch related.
Nice. Just get the arm up it, and have a big enabling you. This is potentially okay, and yet it'll drop down to Ramses. He's able to look away here with their ultimate chasing Yubi. Eyeing him up. Should no, he's not going to get out of that Triple C jumping and catching any chance of a blink away. Back gets the ball as well. 13-1, 14 minutes into this matchup. Game 3 due to being back on the momentum that they had in game 1.
Their lead advantage is so big in the way they played it, like constantly denying Juggernaut farm in the same thing. And Francis did a great job getting farm, but no one was also pressured in jungle games before that. And again, it was all about farmer, got past the there, but no kills from it. And no one was, Solo was also super sacrificing for me, walking from lane to lane, trying to impact these lanes a bit, but they keep picking lanes that are a bit too forgetful. We saw almost no effect from Bull either.
I mean, it just seems so hard to find a way that people can recover from this state that they're in at the moment. I mean, a lot of the times in games where BP are pulling behind, you look towards Ramses and he has the farm, but this time around, he's behind Kaka on this roaming Mirage. The pressure, as you said, that they put on, is kind of solved one of the issues that a lot of teams have with being BP, shutting down both the courts.
Try to grab somebody, but just so different. Arrow scouting. They're running the center first as well. Or the Satyr. It's a good way to break smoke, I suppose. And there goes.
Well, he's inside there. to go and commit too heavily. In fact, they'll be in trouble. As they got the follow-up stun there, he gets the chance for Shikuchi and Pasha coming with the back, allowing him to get out back to Sonic with the backside and falls down. That's the starter out of the count. If we're going to get anything more, well, they can. BP again, I mean, they're trying to be smart. They have to go for, they can't find anything, and they're losing a hero themselves. Newbie, an opening to potentially, it could have Russian. I guess they don't really have the best of lineup to do it. BP do have ways to fight into it. So they'll hold back from that. But I believe they have it. It doesn't really feel like they need mages. They're in a very comfortable position at the moment as it is.
I just love what they do with the laning picks, like Centaur versus Slardar. Very similar, but Centaur has such a bigger impact on the laning stage. And we kind of are seeing this in all of the lanes. Maybe something that the meta really should be more focused on is just really strong lane advantage. Maybe VP feels off their game a bit, but I just feel like VP's kind of rushing better.
He's found though, but he finished up this kill there. The time now, Mr. Arrow, he's going to connect, Bill, trying to get himself out of the sentry's got there. It burns more than enough, and Triple C pushes him back. Nice for him that he's over 7 hours. He did only just pick up the dual scepter. We're certainly seeing why we're playing right now.
Yeah, it's kind of a mediocre item in a lot of cases, but you just find it to guarantee that he doesn't get Omni-Slash by himself. There's pretty much no way that Jug's going to kill him solo now unless he's stunned with an Omni. And if there's a Slardar that jumps on and he can also remove people. So just a very, very safe item in this game where SC feels so far ahead. They need to make sure to continue transitioning, not dying. He's pretty much dead.
I mean, 17 is in. You're looking at kind of levels as well. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Ramsey's a no one. Still sort of on par here. The cause of Newbie and Ramsey putting pressure up on top. Has Omni available as well. Match hasn't been able to just in case any sort of TP comes through from Newbies. They could look to fight it. But it looks like Newbie aren't interested in taking this engagement. So after these, VP will find a tier 1 tower for themselves at top.
I just feel like VP's lacking a lot of damage here. Like they've got decent team fight now with something like Mech, but they're still so reliant on Omni-Slash, for example. It's pretty much all down to the fact that they have Corrosive Haze or Amplified and then some of their physical supports like Weaver and Joke. That's almost everything. And if that one guy that they want doesn't die in the combo, Newbie's just going to run him down every time. So every fight, the way that they take it on versus pro side is very difficult. They have to get Newbie spread out, they have to initiate with Slaughter Stone, and they have to have somebody with a big damage output nearby.
I mean, in terms of dealing with the fact that the damage is not in the best of places. No one, he's racking up the gold. On top of that, where'd you go with this SF neck build?
I think something like Axe could work, just because it would increase your ulti damage, but I don't think that's the best solution either. Even something like Hurricane Point could be okay, cancel Isola perhaps, but it's not really going to give them the right click damage output that he needs. Maybe something like Shadow Blade would be better. Hard to say.
Even their own was a chance to BB any idea that this is going in. Yeah, did reveal that they are using Moonlight, so with that information, BP will head back to base, making sure that they're not caught out. Get any sort of kill there, but maybe that was kind of the play they wanted to make BP build for. So they open up the map, and they open up the potential to get into the Roche pit, do it, watch BP, they're still back on that high.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be more space at least. Fast Roche here is very easy. Blade Zone SY for like SCA Echo Saber full surprising, but much better mobility this way. Aegis most likely on Explode, then you can just jump in and be as aggressive as you want. Grab it. Very difficult for VP to take a fight. They're just almost entirely focusing on farming, especially if we've done almost nothing but last hit. Like, no matter where they go to pressure, there's just always a bigger threat of Newbie turning things around and getting a kill in response. Just because of Shadow and Queen of Pain and Rana, they're all super mobile. They have great survivability. All of their cores are difficult to kill. Like, so there's hard to kill. Centaur is difficult to kill.
So, Triple Siege found Pasha. Pasha's going to hang around with this, but Demonic Purge is there. Sonic Wave as well. No messing. He's going to take the kill. They'll stick around for this. Now, the sidelines. She's hunting. Not the mana. We'll just go to the straight TP out. We'll be safe. Down bottom, Cat he's on his own and they can't beat me. And now okay, now KP said, okay, he's not on his own anymore. KP and Unite, TP across with the infest box, does pick down no one. Ramses and Solo could be a lot of trouble as well. Solo just straight up TP's away, jumping with the Omni attack. Will get the kill on Takako Ramses. So finding something at least for the side of VP, but he's into the tree line, he's caught out again, and he jumps forward with the stop. Ramses to hit the deck as well, and it is just getting nastier and nastier in terms of kills. It really close. 18-2 now.
They do grab a kill, please.
They at least got a captain. We've got a bit of goal.
Yeah, I don't even think a mental battle which I need to win the game at this point. So far behind, 20 minutes in. It's already a full SNY, nice steal. He's got another 2,000 gold. Like the damage output for Juggernaut is almost entirely reliant on Omni Slash.
I mean, maybe, I don't know how much of a difference it really does make, but the kill as well as the Brano, it was finished off by the creeps, ends up getting split between them rather than, you know, potentially Ramsey's getting that bounce to be really hopeful.
Yeah, Shelfie is going to go for her impact. We'll give him some basic mistakes on some utility, but it's kind of the same thing. VP moving around the map, farming and trying to catch up very slowly.
It's only seems to be the end of the game when you look at Thatcher. Just lost the fight, but he did manage to use the mine.
Okay.
Badly. He got the minus down, so realizing maybe that VP, they've got to hold on to the high ground, they've got to settle in for the long game. This mid-game is just not working out for them. They've got to do something big with getting the jug. I mean, the Weaver as well, you're kind of hoping they'll be able to get further up on in terms of farm, as he did not have the opening that we saw at the Kako Weaver in game 1. And that's sort of VP need just time.
It kind of seems similar as bot mid, very difficult to pressure. Frenzy's could just die here.
Yeah, straight up initiation, and there's any chance that there is a Wave Fury is going to save him from the chops of KP. Actually, he's a little bit careful himself as well. He's already blinked here. Has to push the whole battle lives into a KP's there, jumps forward with the follow-up boost on there, drops himself another 21-2. Really is all falling apart over VP. And up in the river, no one. We need some sort of help. Bill is there to ward off this Triple C. Kaka coming into the neighborhood as well. In fact, Kaka has to be careful there. Can he get his kill? Looks towards him. Your DP away makes it back. But Kaka survives. Get the round time round.
No one's doing this fast, man. He almost got that kill, but the one usage gave Ron just what she needed. They were almost getting kills, but they just haven't been able to stabilize it.
I mean, again, talking about, I really feel you've got to consider how impressive it is. The fact that you're in a game with 22, and he's still second on the network. I mean, he knows how to farm this one.
And if he had that pressure by Kaka in the late stage in the jungle and killed in the mid lane, it would definitely have the top guaranteed. That could have changed a lot.
Even a little bit of this game. Solo will be jumped on here, disruption across the 5 times, and went to the off top so they can clean up the bat and kill.
They're just ensuring that VP does not feel comfortable leaving space. They're holding on here, but it's going to be tough. They've got to get some kills, they've got to win some fights, but they just don't have the damage still. As long as Snoopy just sits together, they're pretty much set for ways.
And obviously you get to force the high ground, which how hard is it for them to go high ground? Is it pretty safe for them to do so with the lead that they have and the heroes that they've got?
It's a little scary, I guess, because of buyback reasons. Newbie could jump in and use a lot of their big cooldowns and then punishable on the street for the issues. Newbie doesn't even have very good disables in the first place. It's just so hard.
Yeah, no, really something. I mean, it was a little bit just straight at TP's out and in front of them, as she said. Slardar, the only one to really hold someone back from a TP out at this stage.
I love the item pickup from SC. They're under farmed. They're very right click focused. You get a sheep to reduce all their attack speed by 45, and velocity treads in more.
6-0, 6 at the moment. Triple C. I expect that game in game 1 this one turning out to be even more impressive.
I do like the Slaughter execute, but picking up the gem here could finally get them some damage. Well, maybe get them some good engagement. Like Slaughter farms that fast in the first place anyway.
Bit of goal there, and there's Triple C jumping forward, back is there as well as Kako's coming across. No way he gets himself out of this one. And Genting coming forward a bit of a back burner. He's not back with 200 gold.
And he plays up for them.
Careful good, and Solo's the ball as well. Double kill for KP. Newbie, they really are just all over BP in this game.
It's so easy for them to start fights as well. There's almost anything they want. One clock nearby, one center nearby. They start the fight. It's never advantageous to BP. They just don't have places to farm. It has to be BP grouping small 3-4 man smokes, getting solo kills somewhere. They just haven't done the opportunity.
Game finishing, I picked up there. He has 18 now, so it's easy to become even more easier. So you can just jump in, flip out onto the live stealer. Finish him off there. And at least though, BP at the base, but they don't mind. They took the melee racks. They got what they came for. BP, I mean, they're holding on. And as we mentioned, no one's farm. It's still pretty much on par with SCCC squad. But he still needs an iron or two. He's working towards the Sky by the looks of it. Queued up.
It's a good choice this game, just because it's very burst heavy. I mean, the exception of Lyso, obviously, but I think it's definitely what he needs to try to front line. I feel like we're not seeing any value out of the event. So even the few times he has it disabled, it just doesn't matter. There's so much damage coming that it's just a drop in the bucket.
And it really is the fact that he removes one disable, but then another one shrink.
Yeah, even like a Quokta area or a significant opponent or an arrow or a center or something, there's so many disables that in principle it seemed like a really good choice to get the Millennium advantage, but newbies matchups were just so advantageous that the places that they were moving to, the rotation flow was just fantastic. Really limited a lot of what I've added. I feel like it's almost like Solo's playing his over Magi stuff in this new patch, but he's playing on heroes that are over Magi. They can't necessarily get away with not having.
I mean, that's as well. I mean, the Weaver down that top game. I don't think we haven't seen a Weaver go for the dual pull out of keyless.
I have never seen two. It's actually not bad. The Horus goes through, but it still gives you plus 19.
They've taken down the side, and I'm trying to see how he's going to make it. There's nothing else to cancel that one. Solo will lose his life as well, though. You've only just bought that as well.
It's a good try. Again, they got to get a kill somewhere, but they made it in the right place. It's the disruption and then. A little bit of an attempt there. Didn't work out. Jug's getting a little closer to monstrosity. It would make a difference farm-wise.
Certainly helps himself to climb back up. I mean, considering what your round is, we just kind of expect this boy to be at the top. Not like it's miles behind. It's a couple of thousand much as Triple C. It's just the fact that Unite is so far ahead.
I mean, he's behind Morano, that's a bad sign.
But then again, this cat Morano is pretty good.
It is.
5 on 30. He is incredibly fast at this stage.
He's doing great. The Solar Crest pick is an interesting choice, but I like it. Helps offset some of that minus armor from his opponents. Right clicks from his opponents. Good job. Yeah, owning Aqua is really fine. I think he has to go damage here though. Just like something like a Deso is definitely the call. Obviously Aqua just gets pretty good death points, gets pretty big.
A bit of warning out around this area. Safe secure Ramsey's to harm, he knows it. He continues with it, yes. He'll be able to control an area of BP's map. Back into Roche. Back up, Gibby. So you need to play it safe. 2-1 melee racks up. Having an Aegis under their house will certainly allow them to go look for a second over. Down the bottom, down potential to this tier 2. Really doing his best to hold in, keep the farm. It's the Eagle song. Way towards that.
I think I like that. Something like a Scotty is just going to make the lifestealer a bit more on you, but the evasion is at least going to force him and some of the other enemies to actually get some focus more on right-click damage.
And he's going to have a nice bit of a damage spike soon as well. He's nearly hitting level 20, so he'll have the extra +2 damage.
Okay.
TV out, they're going to need to get it down.
They do so much damage.
It just doesn't stop the pain and suffering here for me.
try to split here, they will spot this.
The chance to play through, I think, and then you go for the CT straight out. I think it will. So nothing to hold him back from that. Look at that from Ramsey's avoiding death. Already though on top, Bush is coming in, U9. Towards no one. Also back there with Hurricane Pipe. Pull that butterfly is now complete. Has it 20? With an amplify, or explosive pace, sorry, a pound on the target. You can offer a fair bit of a punch.
It's really hard.
Just got to hope he gets the chance to do so still. A lot of control and knockdown from under as a QB. And of course, no BKB on the score.
I think that's okay though. There's quite a few disables on the enemy team, but a bad impact. They gotta get a good initiation.
So hard time coming in, kind of running this push when he has the ages and incredible stacks of course at this stage of the game.
It's actually quite hard to hit. He's got the talent tree passive for base 15%. Plus they've got the bullet rose. A decent seizure in this case. 39 offers okay. And as long as he sits back and it's not like 3 to 4 years getting caught by stalker stuff, it should be an eventual power.
He used the range, but as we're seeing, he's taking no damage whatsoever. Invests into the car. He is around this one, jumps back out, turns towards Solar. Solar's going to go out and count patch. But the TP up the sideline, but the use is there. Be able to get themselves a second kill on the offensive here. Now,
matchups, they have pretty good rotations, they get occasional kills in their lanes, and it translates into some period of time where it just seems impossible for the other team to get anywhere. And we've seen so many stumps actually in this tournament so far, in comparison to other ones, which is a little surprising. I don't know if it's meta, I don't know if it's unfamiliarity, maybe it's too many greedy picks. I think that could be a lot of what it was a bad the right hero for this team. It looked good on paper, but it not all.
Yeah, that really was the case. And just about in lanes it worked out brilliantly. We're seeing obviously SGC is flop. It's pretty remarkable. We're sitting in 2 games this series, both times he had an absolute pleasure of performance and he's got camera. You know, this man, his rotations, the early game here on the Marana, he just crushed the beginnings of the game. And of course in game 1 as well, very memorable. But that the series 2-1 from, if you don't go anywhere though, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a short break and then back to the panel for some post-game analysis. We'll see you around very shortly.
What do you think? Don't fight tomorrow. We play the best game first. Not yet, or that means tomorrow is much
I am now here with KB of Newbie with such a convincing win over EP. Oh, it's a dragonfly. But anyway, what a convincing win. What happened there? Did you guys just or anything? How did that work?
I think they played a bit worse. But yeah, in generally they do good. I just feel like
That's awesome. And speaking of playing your own game, two things I want to ask. You guys have pretty much the most experience in terms of playing the current patch on LAN. About four tournaments so far, 4 LAN so far. Has that helped in kind of shaping the way you guys play right now? And you played NA, you played, of course, teams in China. Any significant differences on how they play the patch based on what you go through?
I feel like our experience is kind of an advantage for us. We learn a lot through this process. On the other hand, VP hasn't played any LANs at all, so it's pretty hard to say. Overall, between NA and China, I feel like I think NA, for example, would prefer to split it up a bit more, especially VP as well. Whereas other teams would probably just buy back one more and just stick together and push students together.
Awesome. And lastly, you guys never really changed much of your style. Like, you still have the same combinations of players. I mean, is it because the patch wasn't really enough to kind of change your style, or you just thought, you know what, whatever happens, we'll just stick to what we know? Which direction have you guys decided based on the new patch?
To be honest, when 7.0 came out, we did pretty poorly. Namely, WCA, China told we lost the EG finals, so I feel like gradually we found our touch. I feel like VP also has pretty similar styles to us. Like the drought strats, the next jump, I think they're really similar to us. So I feel like we had a great focus.
That's awesome. Lastly, SCCC was former Army. I just want to ask one question. Have you seen him fight? Have you seen him like actually fight someone? Have you seen him?
But during the games, he just roars really loud.
Roars really loud?
Yeah.
Do you get scared for your life because he's former Army?
I think it gives us a morale boost.
Really? Yeah. What one would you like to see him destroy a person one day based on his skills? Would you enjoy it? No, I'm just kidding. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations once again to KP. Come on, and your team Newbie. You guys are done for the day, and get some rest, and we'll see you guys in the view. All right, KP of Newbie, and of course we have our final match for tonight. Malaysia, you have been amazing. We'll see you in just a bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're back at the mess with our experts. Just to wrap up on our last match, it's a dominant performance this time around, and Newbie were well worth their win this last game.
Yeah, I really like the start. I had some skepticism. That's not what you said going into the game.
I know.
And then I saw it, I was like, wow, this thing knows. Yeah. I like the build too. The blink of this.
The interesting thing as well, I suppose, is that they used exactly the same time 5 heroes against NP early on. Didn't quite have the same result. Still won, still dominating the game, but it seemed like DP didn't have any answers at all.
Yes, just the early rotation from the Shadow Demon and the Rana was really just sealed from the very get-go. The fact that they could pick up kills on both mid and bottom lane, it just ensure that Centaur could farm free despite being all against the lane.
I mean, the fact that they picked up this and then died twice in the lane, that's like very clearly pick up the depth to be able to counter the strategy. At the very minimum in the mid lane and immediately eat away some kills, like that was just, I think you were just a bit off and it set them on the back foot immediately. Like you can pick up a strategy like that and fail.
And the Abaddon is not supposed to die right there.
He was like all getting out of the river. Yeah, he was really far forwards and then
did, he was, picking up like check the second time around, and he has got caught on his way. That match was very frightening.
Yeah. I think there's also an inherent problem when your lineup has nothing to deal with Queen of Bane, Piranha, and Lifestealer, like in the sense that they can escape any way they want to. They have zero disabled, like they have a Slava, that's it.
Well, that does come back to the draft. Saying that what is the first song, like their own draft, their own version of the things that they wanted to play with, rather than trying to counter each other and figuring out what they needed to have in the draft rather than top.
Despite I think we're waiting a lot, I'm just going to take this one. Despite we're waiting a lot, I actually still feel like they dictated the draft and sort of kicked BP into a corner.
Even though they picked exactly the same thing, presumably they knew that that's the fight they picked against them.
He would assume so, and I still agree with the X-Man just because it's a natural counter for the Atlanta, but I'm pretty sure Newbie was like, okay, take it over here, 10% overall.
I'm going to play a role in this tournament. They're not just about what can be defined in the meta, what can be changed, what pocket picks can we pick out. Surprisingly, it's what we're comfortable with. And they're obviously comfortable. And there's five heroes that played against them earlier.
Yeah, but so did VP even very I guess they could not be that, but Sardar, I mean, most of their lineup was something that occurred. I think even without the Avalon beating, maybe not.
I disagree with this story that like the teams picked up like what they wanted, just because of the fact that like the event is very clearly not something that it wasn't like they were ignoring the DB draft. They very clearly were trying to pick something counter that, and maybe it was something that they were used to, but it also like affected their draft very clearly about trying to counter that because like, they were bad supports. That just feels really bad.
It felt like he was trying to mimic two different scenarios. They wanted to pick the Weaver and repeat what Newbie did to them in game 1, but then also pick the Admiral and do what they did in Wizard in game 2.
Yeah.
And that just leads to just very lackluster lineup.
It's got a Viviana first seed into the semi-final. Is it changed as well? We think that your predictions earlier on because you were casting again, the two picked out that's prime in this particular group.
Yeah.
Maybe looking strong.
Very much so.
Doesn't have anything to come back.
I took away from DP because I felt like he was had the better option. DP wings, DC. I think.
I mean, they were the four that we picked out before we came. Yeah, I don't think we're too far off from that. Are you just surprised though, Kat, by just how well Nubian just played?
I think I was a little bit more surprised about how poor he was both D1 and D3. That for me was the biggest standout because we all expected BP to still look really strong despite the loss of major placing there. I think we still expected them to be a top 14 event like this for sure. And with that performance against Nubi, a little dumb with that. I know Nubi's a strong team, but I also think there were some very clear weaknesses.
But how important is it for experience at this point? Because 7, 0, 0, or 0, 1 not been around very long. There's only one tournament in China which Nubi took part in. They learned some stuff, really. You learned so fast at the start, and especially when so many changes. So do you think that maybe it's had an impact on how they're playing it?
We also don't know how much it's scripted, right? Like if they haven't played officially and they haven't scripted, then definitely well, we don't get that information. But I mean, they play enough lots, so you really have to see the big grind of the games. Kind of familiar with them. It's not like they don't have to fight.
No.
It's not quite that.
But in your strategies, you can't be too stubborn because you, like the meta isn't defined yet, so you can't just assume that what you know is actually what is the best. I don't think it's been the case here. I still think people got picked into a hole, and it's honestly Newbie just played in almost an arrogant fashion where they sort of see Kaga rather just leaping in constantly. No one around.
He did not care.
He did not care.
Look at their heroes.
It looked like he was trying to solo kick.
Yeah, like even in the middle lane, and he ran in, what was it, level 3 or 4, and he just runs up close to a Shadow Fiend, and he's like,
I'm gonna start.
I'm just gonna start. Oh, I have 1 HP, I'll go.
I mean, what's the event gonna do in response?
Actually, if that's they know, if that had been there, the Piranha would have died, actually.
Yeah. It's just like they can play that interference style because of the force of it.
Yeah, and there's this same super comfortable. Kept on killing Pasha over and over again. We were just sitting backstage,
We've got an elimination matches to be played tomorrow. Obviously, two teams are going to play first, and then end up, the winner will then end up playing first. But do you see either of those challenging for the spot in the semi-final?
Only if those pros show up on the best of these. And maybe if Fnatic catches some momentum.
Okay. You don't think India will come through that game?
Not from what we've not seen so far. I mean, we haven't been able to watch it, but from statistics, not really.
I think
it's all about the stats.
I start off with
that's what I have to go from right now. I'll have to go home and watch the games.
I start off with MP being the dark horse of this tournament just because I thought they could bring some innovation. I think they I think before they were a dark horse in the new patch, they kind of reused that idea. But I think with Ben, you're the one who brought up the fact that MP usually plays a lot slower and it doesn't think that this match. So I kind of revised that. I don't think that MP can actually make that one.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's review. We are, of course, headed towards our second best of three match today. It is the winners bracket game in Group B. Before we get there, though, let's check in with Sir Action Slacks, who is in the audience right now.
That is correct, Paul. It is just Genting start over here, boys. Woo! Alright. I'm here with some boys there. What is your name, sir?
Long.
How long have you been in this arena today, sir?
A long time. We were the first through the door.
What time was that?
About 8 in the morning.
8 in the morning. And we're still fighting here. We're still alive, sir. I want to have your help. We got to hype up the crowd. This is the last series. All right? Give me some hype. Let's hear it out. Give me the best you can. Get this crowd awake and alive.
Woo! How's it going, Genting?
That is very generous of them.
You guys?
Oh, let me handle this. All right. Genting, are you tired? No! Are you ready for the last best of three of the day, boys? Yeah! Then let's hear it for this last one. Bring it all you got. Let's go! Woo! That's how you do it, baby. That's how you do it. All right, boys. So Maxie guys on the panel. God, Manel! Quickly, cut it, Paul. Go!
Unbelievable. I should point out a few people might have said, where's the crowd? Where's the big crowd? They're all outside eating. They're having a break right now. They've got the toilets, the bathrooms, the lounge, and they'll come back in completely full earlier. Probably the wrong time to have done it. But nevertheless, Sir Action Slacks, of course, bringing all the hype to the crowd and getting them all hyped up. We'll hear more from these three gentlemen very shortly, but we are headed to a break right now, which means it's time for you to go and take a break at home as well, because when we come back, it is an epic match of all proportions. It is the best of the last. We saved the best of the last. It is the replay of TIC Grand Finals. That's right, it's DC versus Wings.
What actually was that?
Team apparel now at shop.eselgaming.com.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game. It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network. But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
they should be in this arena because you know when the lights, the green and red lights were, you know, so
A very warm welcome back to ESL One Genting 2017. We're at our final series of the night. It is Group B winners match. This one needs no hype whatsoever. It's DC versus Wings. We've had a little bit of a change. Good to see you, Owen. How's things?
It's pretty good.
Enjoying yourself?
I'm enjoying the location, I'm enjoying the land, I'm enjoying the games. I'm looking forward to this game potentially being the best game that we're going to have yet today.
I don't want to know right now.
I don't want to consider the last game to be, but game 3 was, I mean, if you're a VP fan, it was pretty different.
If you're a VP fan, you'll be fan, you're like,
you had a great time.
Fantastic, you had a party out there. We've also got Perth back with us. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Fun game.
Yeah, very interesting. All the way through. Interesting series as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The laning stages for all the games were super relevant. It was interesting to see how the rotations came through. It seems like the teams are having some consistency problems in the late game. The games are just ending in a lot of cases with one team having a huge advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it in your last commentary, but it's been brilliant all the way through the day, except for that very last game.
Yeah.
Teams get 15 minutes. Could go either way. There's someone makes a play, a big fight, wins it, snowballs into the rest of the win. It's been like that all day, except for that last game.
And the cool part is thinking about now this applies to what we thought about what the meta should be. I've heard some people say, oh, there's more farming because of farming. I've heard other people say, oh, there's more fighting. And all of a sudden the games are ending and becoming storms. Maybe some people said fountains in the base make it hard to hack. I don't know if you said that, but
yeah, we brought up that idea that potentially,
but it hasn't been relevant all day. You know, it's interesting to finally see the homework that Icefrog has done and what it produces, and to think about what ways it needs to change the game.
Yeah, it's very, very intriguing. It's no more intriguing than the find in our last game. We're going to start with DC. It's been meteoric in some ways, their rise this year. And when we started off with the TE, you sort of thought, it's all right, but it's kind of I think we called them a rag and tack bone.
Yeah, they were the regions.
They were the regions, weren't they? They all came together because they had to, and well, right, they're all playing with each other. If we have to get to the next major and see where we go. But actually, it had one. I mean, 9-10 months later, they're one of the world's best teams.
The thing is about these guys, you see these guys behind stage, it's evident now. You know, this is a team that...
Yeah, they could have rated that green room earlier.
They took it over, they were having a laugh, they were saying hi to everyone as they passed through. I mean, they're a great bunch of guys, and what I like about this matchup is these are two teams that you really can't fold their team. You know, Wings, an incredibly tiny group of 5 players, DC is the same, and I think that we are in a patch where we're seeing that team play is everything. It's very, I feel like it's shifted away from kind of individual style performances. It's very much how you block these big game fights, how you perform as a team, and we're going to see two sides that I feel are both very strong in that kind of area. Go ahead.
Having said that, Kevin, I think we do have to highlight Leon's performance. They certainly are. I mean, the crowd really got behind him as well.
Yeah, he's really good at collecting stat points. He did a great job there. Did he fight anybody? I don't really think so.
No, not particularly.
Yeah, not a lot of reaps in there. Also, he just didn't die. Good. It was definitely a good performance. Farmed extremely well. That's really what you need to be a good player.
The captain, I mentioned, great team, red team, both teams. They are focused on AC. What makes them such a good team?
I think they've got like a lot of individual power. Wehan's probably one of the best Western mids out there at this point. I think Commander, I've continually highlighted his play from the off-lane position. I think he's definitely been doing better and better for himself as the year goes on. A bit of lackluster performance maybe today, but you know, bad games happen. Resolution, extremely solid. So if you have 3 cores that are very reliable, and then you have a playmaking support in Saksa and someone in Misery who's able to kind of craft everything together, you've just got like kind of a all-rounded lineup that works really well together, particularly when it comes to making objectives together.
Okay, moving on to Wings. We didn't get a chance to see them earlier on camp, but came through against WG, which you would have expected on maybe a little bit. Okay, that matchup's a little bit balanced. They had a good qualification in WG, no doubt about it, but quality teams like Wings, they're not going to fall down against a team like that. But we don't really know much more than that right now.
I think it is worth noting, so I did catch that came earlier. To watch it. It was close. And Warriors Gaming were actually, they had the lead. And it's a very strange ending to this game, because literally at the very end, Warriors came out about 10k ahead, 1 fight down, 20k difference, and they had to tap out. Me personally, maybe didn't even caught the end of it. And it was a little weird, because we're seeing kind of early GGs again. There's something about this match that teams, they really feel that one bad fight at a certain stage, it's over.
Yeah, or one bad mid-fight. Yeah, those probably just kind of fight.
Okay, but I think that's the thing to look out really with Wings. This is a team that they've shown if they get behind, I can't write this is a team that will swing back and us.
That being said, the aura of invincibility, like I try to prop this team up as like one of the TI teams that would go forward and actually continue to be really strong, similar to Evil Geniuses. And I think we've actually seen more weakness out of Wings than I expected. I think they're actually a much weaker team than I would have thought.
Obviously, poor anyone.
Yeah, I mean, they also had like I think a pretty tough matchup naturally, but I think just in general, watching some of their play, I feel like there were a lot more mistakes than we're used to seeing. Maybe people are just like adjusting to their play style, and then that naturally will expose mistakes being made. But I think like some of the things, right, is that they're very committed to they will commit to each other when it comes to these team fights, right? They'll commit to saving each other, and that oftentimes will lead to the save a friend syndrome, which comes down to just like one death turns into three when it really should have just been a one-off support dying. I think that is very much a clear weakness of Wings that we've seen a couple of times. And then I feel like the star performances like haven't been as rattling. Like Fade Beyond, I don't think has been making like huge steps like he used to as an offlane.
But as a player, Bradley, you've got to say he's up there with pretty much anyone.
I think I easily place my top 3 offlaners still.
Even with a bad day.
Yeah, even with a bad day, I think he's still one of the best. Maybe he was a little bit more innovative, and then now people have adjusted to that. It happens to every player, right? You have certain ideas about how to play a core position, and you're really successful in that period of time, but other people start latching onto it. You can't constantly come up with fresh ideas. So,
very interesting. With the way these two match up, obviously we've got the TI final sort of back to back. I wouldn't say it was a classic final, but it was a good final. It was a fun final that was sort of like great plays from both teams. Is there a rivalry developing? I don't want to force it, but is there one? Could it be someone?
So like they haven't beaten each other enough times repeatedly for it to become something. Even I was hopeful that Wings would go on this story like stomp everybody up like a month. Yeah, they didn't really do that. They obviously looked incredible at TI, but after that, to me, at least from the same level. So I think there just hasn't been enough of that, and it's kind of the same case for Keystone. They got second place. They're still looking pretty well. I mean, right before TI, they were another team that everybody expected to do amazing, and it had some mediocre performances or disappointing performances where they almost did well, but they haven't done yet. So let's say both these teams, with the exception of Wings, obviously winning TI, they still have a lot more. It's not really about each other yet.
Definitely an expectation change that came from the first 6 months of the year when we sort of like easier the underdogs, so they're very different because they're coming from winning their quality team, wanting them to like TI champions. Maybe not. It was a few question marks. The second half of the year, the expectation game, they're both so high.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is that they're not meeting those expectations, even though you easily say that both of these teams are top 8 in the world, maybe even top 4. They're not their respective first and second places that they achieved at TI. So I think that maybe says a lot about maybe TI, and it also says a lot about just the nature of how people are adjusting so quickly to being champs, right?
Competitive nature of Dota 2, right? It is such a competitive arena.
You have a target on your back constantly once you achieve a top place spot like that. So I think that's some of the nature of Dota 2 is that we are always going to be flipping through these teams and we're going to stay on top.
Okay, we'll get more from the 3 of our experts in just a moment, but we are now ready to introduce you to our 2 teams from the TI6 final. They're here in Genting.
Malaysia, you climbed up a mountain to come up here, and the Dota gods have rewarded you for it. We have a TI final rematch! We're ready to do this. All right, first up on stage, we have Digital Chaos! much, guys. Good. Chat up. Day one ends on a high note with a TI rematch. Digital Chaos versus Wings. Make some noise, Malaysia. Here we go.
Here we go. It is the international sixth round final. DC Digital Chaos going against Wings Gaming, and we'll get into the draft. I'm very intrigued as now this draft comes in the third draft. Chopping and beat up right now how this meta's going to adapt it. Do you look at every single game and think, or is it a kind of progressive thing over a few days?
I think a lot more of that in-game actually than the draft. I've just love seeing itemization, skill trees involved with that. I like that a lot.
I don't think chomping at the bit is really what Kevin does ever, especially not for drafts. Maybe like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I forgot to see. Now it reminds me of
anticipating analysis. I was back to
tougher emotions, so yeah, I forgot about something like that. Obviously looking forward to this one. Is there anything in here, Owen, do you think, from DC that they might swing a surprise?
I think definitely. I mean, we've seen it already. We're already seen it with the Tusk. Something that have to predict. Something that no other team is really doing at the moment. They've got to show us able to go out. Heroes like that, the casual target, of course, the big one that was being voted in. How's that going to come into play? Is that kind of a guaranteed ban from Wings? I mean,
Yes, that's the thing now, isn't it?
You risk it if you're Wings.
Do they have that in their head? Oh God, we have to get rid of that one. Does that open it up to something else they've got? Is that the start of the mind games, Kevin?
I think it's too early for mind games. That's the problem. There's so many heroes that can be think that you can't even formulate that.
Yeah, you're going into the series with like just a blank mind, you know? There is no like, oh, they're thinking this, so we'll do this. There's like, they don't know what we're doing and we don't know what they're doing, so.
Oh, I lost it. Well, we got Timber Screen. I guess I'll ban that.
Yeah, we haven't seen it all go, but let's ban it first. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. Is there a difference between, obviously the styles are different camp between the two. Is something that you think that it's a better suited between the two in 7 and 1? What were we talking about earlier with the way that you seem to play and their style? You mentioned that Wings have got like team fight stuff and they've got a deep hero. Is that going to translate well?
I'm trying to think about so one of the things that was really specific about Wings and their playstyle was their deep smoke rotations. Very often they'd always push, like the traditional smoke games where you would like smoke up and you'd go to the safe lane, the enemy safe lane, you try and get the pick and turn that into a tower. Wings would always push like deeper into the jungle. They would look for that extra kill. They would look, behind the tier 2s. They would look for something that would actually catch the enemy by surprise. And I'm trying to think of how shrines affect that. In some ways, you can't be like, oh, because we push down this safely tower, now you control their jungle. Because the shrine helps you control your own jungle. You can't necessarily feel like, oh, we've got control of that zone anymore because of that extra bit. So I'm trying to think if that actually, if it's Wings' playstyle and those aggressive rotations. I do think that maybe DC, they may benefit from it a little bit more because I think DC's like wave pushing in their 5-man style is quite beneficial to this match. But I think it's hard to say, right? Because we're not entirely sure. Yeah, we've seen so snowballing in this tournament so far.
5 out of the 6 definitely. We've seen 4 out of 5. We've had it on the stage. Yeah, much about snowballing.
I mean, I'd say Wings' biggest advantage draft-wise is that they were always very good at, they needed a solution to the draft, and they would always think of a hero that did fit that, even if it was out of the meta. It would be the right time to pick, and I think that was one of the benefits of them as a team, that they're very good at fitting that in perfectly and still being able to play at a very high level. I would say more important though right now, at least based on how they get through it, is really all about play and laning right now, because it has been so slow.
Right, number 1, game number 1 in the Group B winners game. Remember the winners of this automatic qualifying. Second one, we already have 1 semi-finalist moving qualifying early on. Elimination matches. The lads go.
I'm surprised to mention first that it's barely been picked up.
It was something that they played in the first year.
Yeah, they've completed this supporting party.
Shadow.
Yeah, and I remember thinking, like, that's kind of weird, but we kind of theory crafted that it might work better in this match because it is so fight heavy, and you want to be able to have a core that comes online really quickly.
This is fun becoming a Nick?
It hasn't had a lot of success in mainstream. I feel like it's the laning one is weaker than some other off-lane options. Getting the point dagger, you can still get a closer, but this plays for damage up afterwards. It's a bit weak. I feel like there's maybe some safer picks that will be better laning and have a better attack maybe if you're behind. The starter when you're behind just feels almost
Something that Wings do like to do in the main class is pick up really early, and it's very nice to be against DC. They would love to get that.
One of the first things to do is something happen. They sort of go earlier and earlier in the draft. It's like big 5, 4, 2.
It's one of those heroes that's always been around. Their Rubik's always been relevant, and it's always kind of motivated whereabouts in the draft.
They're very popular.
Yeah, I think Rubik's nice against Slaughter because he's a quick reaction hero. He's got this instant disable that you can use. Say you see the Slaughter coming, you put the telekinesis preemptively on the Slaughter, so when he clicks forward, you get the instant stun before the crush. But that being said, I think it's a support that is fairly open, but just because you have an open trap does not necessarily make it strong. Because, for example, Slardar puts this pressure of like, oh god, they can do Slardar a lifestealer, they can do this push strategy, they can do all these sort of things. And say the response last game was like having a shatter on the other side.
The silences and everything.
The ban on silencer, they're already very team fight focused the same. But actually, we saw early in the game, whether this is the same. And I don't think it's to go even heavier in first damage. And then it's going to be very exciting to see what they choose to go for since they are so interesting for drafts. Sven, very good here against Evo when it comes to damage. We're going to learn a lot about how to beat Evo. Yeah, or we're going to learn that Evo's too strong to be beat. Yeah. I don't know, you have to put pressure on Evo because the current Evo patch is a couple of the problems is that there's these bounding routes all over the map. Evo is able to spread himself around and take advantage of all those bounding routes very quickly, getting this free experience. He's able to play a little bit more defensively, a little bit more on map, which means you have to do these invasions in the jungle. I think you have to take outer towers a lot faster, but we saw the way that DC built around the Evo last time is that they were able to just give these like a really strong 4-man team fight squad that is able to go out there and go battle 4 versus 5, and if they're trading kills, that's fine, it doesn't matter, because we have this Evo in the back pocket.
No way you let them out, especially with the meat as well. It's certainly got 4 vessels that go around town, left, right, center across the map. But yeah, that kind of counters the meat, but there's some strong heroes in that they could pick up against the meat, basically maybe like a Wyvern or a Shaker or an Axe they could try and finish draft. I'd like to see them pick up a Wyvern.
It's pretty good. It has some solutions, not never doesn't cover everything. I'm thinking a lot of support solutions. They're moved a lot of the carry issues. Ember Spirit, that would be physical stuff, but even still it would be very good against Evo. What else? I don't think they'd probably make this. So they have a good team fight. Okay. Decent solution. You can channels ulti for sure, because I believe that stone in our channeling spells. It doesn't. So, guarantee get a big ult off, and that will reduce Evo damage, at least the right click stuff. I thought the worst and did with you machine. Was that over? Just sure. It's still reasonable against us. If you're caught like that, you're like, okay, time to get all the stuff and so you can bait it out. I think Disruptor is usually pretty good against Evo. Very good for Evo. Shadow Wave on Evo is keep one of them alive as well.
Okay.
And right now this is a single target versus, not single target, but very first heavy, so that's what
Could they fit an Axe in because that was as well? So you kind of got that to do that as well, or is it?
Perfect supports.
Is that just not?
It's awesome. I mean, Axe is still really valued versus Evo's counter initiator, and then Blue has no shell upgrade. So it does pure damage and all, but people just buy the Dragon Axe and then that offsets like one pencil or something. Like people get so much HP. I feel like a better solution is something like Timbersaw. We saw it earlier, it didn't make a big difference, but
It didn't get into the game.
not really. He never got Axe either. Axe is really the another thing that really separates you and gives you a huge damage. I mean, I personally think you just need to pressure objectives as quick as possible. I'm trying to think of what there was there was like Chen and Chen versus is that too early game?
I feel Chen and Chen.
I feel like both of them are kind of weak in this match.
You'll get some sort of like
They
do like to put the arm in. You want to have that twice. Secondaries. You get some that makes the shiny light has to get some turn. Using the soul.
I think Shadow needs a good solution though, because it's going to really limit what people can do.
There's the one. It's got a very good win rate against him. I mean, kind of across the board. The ult is just brilliant. You know, Miko kind of makes one back or whenever you're catching in that message, they are going to get absolutely destroyed by the Miko. But at the same time, you've got to be careful throwing grace. You put someone in position, Miko surrounds with boost like that. Honestly, I mean, I'm sure DC.
Hey everyone, I'm Sherman again. Now I'm still at the ESL One Genting. So yeah, check out the results. Newbie has already reached to the semi-finals, and yeah, right now, as of now, IGN is currently with Execration. So yeah, let's take a look.
Gustav here from IGN Southeast Asia, and I'm here with Kimo, team captain of Execration. So tell us, how intense has the competition been? Was it what you expected?
Yeah, actually what I expected, because I know this ESL Genting is really big. That's it.
Yeah? Wasn't well? Okay, alright. How well have you adapted to the patch? Has there been any big changes?
Yeah, actually big changes, and the patch works for us because the other teams really know the old patch, and for us, having the new patch is like everyone needs to study at all again. That's why. So I think we can compete to any team right now because of the patch.
Sort of a level playing field kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right, now how do you think the Southeast Asian region compares to other regions?
It was toxic. Because in the other region, I can play any role that I want. And in this region, the Southeast Asian server, it's like every time when I play, everyone was crying, everyone was blaming each other. I really hate to admit it, but that's how C server works.
Yeah, it's something we all know too well, huh?
Yeah.
Do you have any, does your team have any pre-game rituals?
Actually not. I think when we just started to play, we just go outside and then we just talk about the game, how are we gonna do, what are we gonna pick, what are we gonna ban to them. That's
Oh, so no group hugs, group cheers, straight down to business.
No, straight down to business.
Cool. What about after the game? How do you normally celebrate a big win?
We always eat. You see one of my teammates, he loves to eat. Sometimes I don't know if he wants to eat us all also.
Alright, that's Kiro for you. It's Gustav from IGN Southeast Asia. Over and out.
Wow, what a match we have. So, will Wings or will Digital Chaos go to the semifinals and meet Newbie? Well, we have to check that out based on the following days. So, as usual, keep on streaming All About Gaming with DG Prepaid Live.
But they're the team, we've said that before. We're going to leave it there. We're going to head over to our comforting for our final series of the night here on day one. Toby, what can you help you?
Well, luckily I managed to survive 2016, so maybe the group stage allows them to play up against each other, unlike what happened in Boston with WG. So it's to have this game.
I'm excited. I wonder if they can actually have people. I wonder why was something I haven't seen. But and the people.
OG was there or it was a blow. So the reaction there from Perth was right. There was the big question from the counter all facets of the beat code. That's crazy. That little fish. There we go. Perspective, the golden wings. We actually don't have the ability to look at the setting.
I want to see those items, man.
Yeah,
I want to play with
me too, bro. So, man, that you mind went to a faceless void. The jar of cards, so just run.
They have to set up. But normally you use it on the beat.
When you combine plus the Viper and if Resolution's able to get that early back, then that big ball push that Hannah was talking about may not be so viable in the wings. So they have to turn this into more of a farm style game. Likely.
Stranger to the mid lane or going to carry. We both generally farming on the base so stuff.
Around with Misery. Misery was trying to get a little bit aggressive. He doesn't actually have sprint, all he's got is the crush smoke. Basically, brutes onto this one. Unlikely that you'll be getting him that early in that game. Look towards the other lane where potentially there is action, but it's kind of like you know, okay, well, Moon tries to not get himself denied while farming on the setup. But they're really making the most now out of that shrine. Trigger nice and early. Moon's already up to level 2.5. So he can work with Misery, do something about this top lane now without putting himself in peril of being caught out by that Rubik grab. over the shrine. Be okay. Already on. What's that? As long as my partner's on the 6. Yeah, realize that mid lane. Push it back. You don't want your back. See that the other side of it. Right? Once the first net connects, it doesn't go. I think it changes. You already mentioned. He's very close. Okay. Very quick next recharge of life. just backhand.
And now they want to take part of the HOD inside the Roche pit, in case they're scared of Mevo trying to sneak in another Roche, but DC has to be a little exposed at this point after that maneuver had failed them, whereas Wings still have 2.
That's not happen. The goal was to get an Aegis Immortal, get the extra money in, and then Weehaw having Blink that he can just initiate on anyone he wants to. That didn't happen. So now observers, DC still got theirs up for 7 more seconds, but Wings put their own one down now. Okay, it's going to get deep watered. Innocent's trying to come up here to try and counter. It won't happen. He'll end up stealing Poison Touch. But they've lost their vision in behind that tier 1 tower, the raiding on top lane. Wings may be a little bit more tentative at pushing this out.
Yeah, it's a little bit dangerous for them. They still do not have that yet.
They're bringing help though. That Winter Wyvern just TP'd in. This is a full commitment from Wings. If DC going to find this, they have to bring the Meepo back.
Yeah, Winter Wyvern's in a very, very good position, and he turned that Bison into a reality. Or Bison focused Winter's Curse target and perhaps even early Roche for Wings with presence of left on Shadow.
Dangerous to do still. Something too which DC did. They won the coin toss and they chose to pick on the they chose to take the Radiant side over even a pick advantage.
I think you're okay fighting a bit with Epicenter, Winter's Curse, Requiem, the General. It's pretty strong.
Not going to deny that. If DC can just slip in and take it.
Yeah.
They have to use the shrine. Like that's kind of the biggest thing. That's the advantage for Radiant this time around. The fact that with this new map, that Roshan is closer to their port points.
They scanned here the Radiant Super Shop, they sent the Seed Priest into the Roshan pit where DC is going to move next. But Shiltog is T1, looks like it will be treated Fade and Shadow looking at that bottom. They do have time to TP right if they compete with like 3-4 heroes, but looks like that will not be the case.
They just actually let it go, no fortification to the land. So tower for a tower. We still want to keep that farm up. Now 100 gold away, but we can't let him have it. Let's Moon have the small camp.
Yeah, I think coordinate like a vacuum Earthline combo to massive that'd be pretty nice, but I think it's going to be very hard with Dark Zero mobility items.
Interesting to know if you can get that combination with the Wyvern sitting behind. Like you start with the first target, then you want like I suppose you can proof it once the original Meepo's in there, it won't matter.
It's just you just have to watch out for like a safety counter initiation of the Wyvern. Like there's 2 heroes that you need to worry about when you're trying to make an aggressive move.
Is that Blink?
Another smoke from Wings, the burn movement. I think that's her last one for quite some time. Trying to make use of the Shadow Blade up on the Shadow Fiend. And looks like Rezo is close to being. It's got
I wonder if we actually changes like the way he does his build with Meepo. We talked about the talent tree in the last game DC played.
Yeah,
he went for the armor as well as the live steal. This time it's the 50.
Oh, what? He won.
Did you go through that?
Yeah, he did.
I talked about the armor because it was if it would have been good if he picked it up.
Yeah, right. I think he likes the damage because it helps him from all the best. It's really good if you're just doing armor as an really any use for him at this point. And he's actually not going for the Scepter next, he's going for the EB. EB's a very common counter to the Curse ultimate, although not that many heroes can farm that quickly, nor is it yet useful in that many heroes. But Meepo agility gain is incredible.
Nice to know up there by Saxa. Small little stun over on Viper as Misery. The amplification, Jared backing out already. I was actually wondering if he was going to try and break free of the amplification, turning that Yansha into the Manta, but instead he's actually just going to go for a straight S and Y.
And for an easy Roche.
Looking to run straight past the Misery. It looked like he's going to run straight past the lane. Weeha's grooving over, made to find himself as Misery. This could work so well. The sentry ward is moved to the southwest of the Roche pit. So they may find their perfect opening. Resolution comes in close. They realize the opportunity is there. Another sentry ward's been placed down. This time it's by the Radiant side. So Resolution looking at that low Roshan. Weeha, he wants to go for a Roshan, Wing's still at full strength.
Yeah, I have to use it by I didn't expect that. That was a very quick combination. But I mean, look how quickly the Beaver died. There weren't even any other heroes. And that's only 2 Beavers. Imagine if he has a little DT and a receptor, so he's going to need an EV as soon as possible. And even then, like if your main people gets caught, no, EV is going to help you. Yeah. It does give you a lot of armor, so that might help, but at the same time, your other Beavers get a lot of agility. That's what goes to the rest of DC to pick up pieces of what's missing. But where are you going to find that? Do you look towards the course? Do you look towards resolution? Do you look towards moon? And that blink combo you were looking for before? Yeah, that's where the teammate is coming in from. Like, Meepo can't do everything in this game. Not like he did earlier. He needs to have a teammate. They need to have some coordination with Dark Students, or especially with the wall combination. Hey, he pushed himself away and then tried to go back in for the Borrow Strike. The rest of Wings, which is a little bit too far away to help him. Yeah, fighting the turrets. Pretty hard to do. But yeah, Viper, he has to do nothing. I think he's just not that tanky right now. Paladon doesn't give any armor anymore. He's having a hard time surviving. Moon walked into it. He put the wall down, a push ball right back in. At least they've got a couple of illusions to work with. And then Wings just back out. They don't have flank cannon charges up at the moment. Now it is back up. The wall is down. The pressure is being applied by DC in towards the mid lane. But you've got a small little maneuvering hero. I say small. It's the Swagger Man. SF under the cover of Shadowblade. Resolution patches on the Astro. So he'll stay low as well. He's got about 41 the Shadowblade. 100% HP, so they haven't really made too much use of their time down here, and he just is slowly ticking down. It's a good time for Misery. Misery's getting that last little bit of gold to get his Blink Dagger, so with the distraction that's being played in the mid, the aggressive move from Moon, but he still survived. Like, you hold the line on the tower, plus you're reaching the Blink Dagger on your initiation. Yeah, I think double Blink Dagger timing. Okay, this time Wings aren't going to fall for it. They're wrapping around behind the tier 2 tower. Quick search away, face the Angus, a perfect control, allowing Innocence that time just to close the distance and get Tartine scrap. Replica as well. And it's pretty nice to have. I wonder if it's pushing right now with the Angus. It seems a pretty good time to do it. Like, DC is getting a good trade-off, so they took the top, they're trying to take the top tower. That's TP, that's Faith. First strike, he's trying to get out of it. Misery doesn't have a crush. He actually starts his own TP. There's no more stuns available and no damage. So Wings doesn't do the push. That's great space for them. That should be the Blink Dagger for Slardar, and Darkseid is actually still quite a bit away. I think it was at 18 volts when he died in that last fight. But still stalling time on the wait for me to go ahead level 18 with the EP, which I think is the timing. With the EP, you can also just get some huge souls because it's not like there's an BKB on the Shadow Beam for the Jarrah fight. Very cool. Speaking of SF, he's looking towards the blink in right now with a whole bunch of moves. That's a very, very, very dead blink. But it is only Diego C. Mortal that gets triggered. If Weehan wants to have a second crack, starts his moves again, goes for 3, wrecking your soul out from the SF. Has the upper damage. Weehan coming back with all of his life. 69 HP, cleans off his own head from the shoulders. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade-off, but it is still Meepo getting the kill first, and then Innocent, Ice getting the collateral. I think you're okay with this, because the Viper's not going to skill as well, so as long as you keep the Meepo down, then you're going to skill better into the late game.
Now, Blink Dagger, Misery, jumping up the Jarrah couple, realizes there's a lot of friends behind him. As well as Blink from Faith trying to close the distance, couldn't get the Borrow Strike off. But Moon will burn the wall of Replica on the top lane, and now they're going to use